All right, good evening, and welcome to the September regular meeting of the Alexander Board of Education. Aaron, if you would please do the roll call.
Mr. Regan,
Here.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Here.
and Mrs. Edis.
If everyone would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
So moved. Seconded.
Mr. Regan,
Yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
and Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
Okay, again, welcome. Nice turnout this evening. Thank you to each and every one of you for coming. Before I move to item 4, I just want to quickly recognize Judge Stewart. I think as many of you might have found out, I think he passed away on the 12th. On behalf of the board, I'd like to thank his family for all that he did for the youth as juvenile judge in Athens County. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't stop and say thank you to Judge Stewart and remember his family in this time. So thank you, Judge Stewart, for all that you did to Athens County youth, and also taking the time out when you were pretty ill to talk to us a couple months ago and share your thoughts during public participation. Moving on to public participation. I've spoke with the board, and we're going to do things just a little bit differently this evening in light of what the length of our meeting in July. We've had a policy that we have not followed, but we're going to follow it slightly tonight. And what I mean by that is the policy states that you have 3 minutes to speak, and we're limiting it to 30 minutes. That's the policy. We are not limiting this to 30 minutes. However, we're in agreement that we want you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. Okay, we want to get everyone that wants to speak the ability to do so. We had a lot of people that last meeting when we took our first break at 10 o'clock, they left. Tonight, Aaron's going to be our timekeeper. If the board interacts with you, I mean, of course, we'll give you some extra time, but we're going to try to keep the comments to 3 minutes, please. Again, looking at the audience, there's quite a few of you here, and I'm satisfied there is quite a few that have something to say. So without further ado, we've had a couple people request to be on the agenda to speak. And first, I'm going to invite Mrs. Baker to come up and address the board.
Up at night, and I need to express what it's going to be in my perspective. So I have just a few slides that I created, so as soon as Mark's ready, I'll talk about my perspective. Okay, so you can see it over here. I'm not so sure that I made the words big enough, but hopefully the board, can you guys see? You want us to turn it?
We're good.
And I'm just going to try to explain some things as I go. You can ask questions as you go, or you can wait till the end. So, closer look at Plan C. And for those of you who don't know that I'm a high school teacher, I have 3 preps. I'm teaching zoology, I'm teaching anatomy, I'm teaching honors biology. I have 80-plus students. So my vote right off, Plan C, whoops, little clicker here, is a no vote for me. So I just want to tell you why, what it looks like in my classroom. I think this is pretty small. This is what Plan C looks like. So I just wanted to throw it up there. The board has probably explained that. There's going to be a red group, there's going to be a black group, but I want to dig a little bit deeper into it and show you some things on these next slides. So how does Plan C look from my perspective? I got to put my glasses on, don't take off time. Okay, so I am going to see each student 1 day a week on Plan C, 98-minute block. Teachers would have no prep time breaks except lunch 2 of the 4 days, I'm all steamed up, of the week. I'm going to be teaching in person 4 days a week. I'll prepare online instructions for this hybrid group 3 days a week. I will have 2 90-minute planning periods a week, 1 day without students, which I figured, everybody has agreed, we'll have 10 weeks of planning on Plan C. So these are really small, but you're going to just notice that there's lots of bullets because people don't realize when we say planning, there's a million things that goes into planning, okay? So this whole distance thing has changed planning. I mean, it's outrageous. So the researching time has increased. I've never taught online. I'm researching lessons for these kids every day. The record keeping has went out of control. I mean, you wouldn't even believe the record keeping. We have personal logs, we have high school logs. I'm emailing students, I'm talking to parents on the phone. I Zoomed with a parent today. Record keeping is crazy. Lag time. My brain can't keep up with this. I am planning week 3, but I'm grading week 1. It's crazy. Attendance, it's never ending. We are asked to take attendance every day. We give kid credit for being there. Then we have to go back and change attendance. I'm still changing attendance from week 2. I can't even keep it straight. We have never used Google at the high school. I am converting 28 years of files to Google. It's crazy. We're learning new apps. I had Mr. Collins call me today and say, hey, this might work. This all takes so much time. Grading papers online, oh my gosh, it's a nightmare. We have to go find them first. And then I'm supposed to highlight and write a comment and then grade it there and put it in Infinite Campus. And then when the kids are still turning it in 2 weeks late, I got to go back and do that again. Oh, they just all appeared. I must have got mad and clicked and clicked. Did I lose my slideshow? Did it go off? Looks like it went back to normal. Input of grades. So like I was saying, we got many places to put grades. Thanks, Mark. We have to prepare for these Zoom meetings. You don't just show up with the kids and say, what's going on? So we're doing prep there. This is a brand new learning curve, like I said, with Google. And again, these 28 years of lessons that I have in PowerPoint and Word, you don't just push a button. I've been keeping logs on my desk. If anybody wants to come see them, how long it takes to do that kind of stuff. It's a lot. So my point, Plan C does not provide enough time for me as a teacher to prepare in-person and online instruction through Plan C. So I'm spending 40-plus hours a week, Plan C, trying to make this work for these kids. And now, if we go to Plan C, if the board votes tonight, I'm going to have 10 hours. I mean, where does it come from? So, guess who suffers from the lack of time by the teachers? The students. And I'm not saying this is my classroom. So I see that if these kids come back, I have them 4 days a week in front of me, they may have to just sit and do work on their Chromebook because I've got 35 hours of work to do because now I only have 10. What's the point? Why do I want to teach the kids when they're in front of me. I can't do it. I can't do that and do these online lessons. So how does it look to the students? I'm stuck, Mark. Quality of lessons may suffer. I'm going to have less parent communication, student communication. I can't grade the papers. I got 720 papers that Monday when we uploaded some lessons. And I was only giving kids like 3 things to do. I got 3 preps, 80-plus kids. I had 720 papers. I don't check for completeness. I want to give kids feedback. I want to make sure that they know what they did wrong. There's a whole 4 days right there, guys. So there's going to be more book work, kids hate it, less time for me to spend making quality lessons. So how do I feel? Anybody see that? I'm drowning. I had a staff member yesterday, they had to go get their blood pressure checked. Everybody that I talked to walking in, we go straight to our rooms and try to talk. We got to go. People were breathing hard. This is no exaggeration. I didn't come here to this is real. And this is how I feel. The kids feel the same way. The kids feel the same way. So last 2 slides real quick. I took time out of 3 classes, and remember, this is a small group that you're going to see data for. So maybe 50, 60 kids. But I told my kids, your voice is important too. So this is what I got out of my kids. They've said, I feel lack of motivation. It's hard to communicate with my teachers like we used to. Not getting one-on-one interactive. I have more stress and anxiety. I'm sad for these kids. I can't figure out how to schedule my time. I got honors and CCP classes taking college classes. They can't figure it out. I don't know how some other students are figuring it out. They're having trouble retaining the material. They feel like it's check, check, check every day. That's not teaching and that's not learning. Checking my daily list. Kid said, I'm a visual learner. It's hard for me to learn. I'm worried about my family's health as well as my own. It's mixed. These kids are torn. They said teachers aren't doing a very good job teaching online, like they did in person. I was like, well, I'm going to put it on there, but that's what they think. I feel so isolated. Teachers are assigning a lot of work but not explaining it. I'm sad for them. So here's the data that I got. Whoops, sorry, Mark, I flipped it again. If you guys can see there. What I got out of the data from those it's a small class. I wish we would have surveyed all the kids. 78% of the students that I surveyed want to return to school in some form, but it was a mix. So if you look at the graph, Plan C is yellow, which is what I'm speaking against. God bless the kids. They don't know what my life is like and some of their teachers' life is like. God bless them. 22% wanted let's go back to in school. So in school was Plan A, 20%, 26%, 5 days, 17% for Plan B, 4 days, Plan C, 35%. 78% of the kids want to come back. 22% want to stay home. And I like that the board is, I'm assuming, giving kids choices. You have hopefully choice this or whatever they decide. If kids are scared, if families are scared, they have a choice. And the other thing I got out of that graph was 35% of the students surveyed wanted Plan C. Any questions? Yes.
I do. Has anyone at the school offered you assistance to, like, to hire someone to do the scanning, in general, and the teachers, to do the scanning, to do the kind of work that takes you more time?
You know what? It would take me longer to show somebody what to do. They can't grade any papers.
I'm not talking about grading, I'm talking about the front work in terms of the technological converting, everything like that. And I know it's sometimes harder to explain things, and it's easier to
I
just
mean,
do it.
what I
but-
do, yes. Lindy has provided us with Mr. Cullum, and there were 2 other people. I just can't keep it all straight. You can't keep anything straight on a day-to-day basis. I don't know what day it is. And yes, I call these extra people, and they have been helpful. Mark, they are buried. Our technology, that's all you would need to do is hire about 10 technology people. Yeah, they come down and they help me, but guess what, Lucy? That's an hour of my time that's included on my 40 hours a week job
Yeah.
teaching this way.
Okay.
Yeah, we got the help. And then the kids get it, and it's all scrambled up. And I go, so then I'm problem solving all day. Miss Baker, this didn't turn out the way it was supposed to. And I look at it, and it didn't. I mean, I got them doing labs and things, trying to do as much as I can. And so there's charts, there's graphs, but everything gets distorted. I don't care how many times you convert and what we do. Then the kids are trying to add things in, and then I have to email and say, it didn't work, it didn't show up. Well, guess what? That's another week of me going back and forth between the kid. 1 week just trying to figure out one assignment out of those 720.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Good. Thank you, Ms. Baker.
You don't know what I want to vote for?
What do you want to vote for?
What do you think?
I'd say you want your kids in class.
I like Plan B.
So, hold on, you like Plan B. Can I ask why B and not A? Missy? You said Plan B? B as in boy. So what's the difference, what does Plan B give you as a teacher that Plan A does not?
Well, Plan B to me would be a little bit of a transition. And I think that's what people want, a little bit of a transition. Let's see how this is going to work, because we're all scared. You know, if we come back and we have numbers, they're going to send us home, I would hope. We'll go back to remote. B to me, C doesn't work for me. It just can't, or I'm going to cry every day. And B gets the kids in person. It gives the 3 days, the administrators talked about being able to clean, get things, get kids away from each other for 3 full days. I don't know if the 3rd day is going to be on the front end or the back end, what the plan is, but to me, it would be not as soft as C, and I wish C would work for people, because I know there's a lot of people here that won't C. There's so many stakeholders. So I'm just giving you this stakeholder view of C.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Chimo, you're up next, please.
My name is Andrea Chimo. I've been teaching for 23 years, 22 of them at Alexander High School. I'm vice president of the Teachers Union, and my most important role, the parent of a child in 3rd grade. I'm going to try and be brief, but before we get to the topic of the back-to-school plan, I feel deeply compelled to address something that's been weighing on me heavily, and I'm probably going to get emotional. The last 6 months have not been easy for anyone. It feels like this pandemic has robbed us of a lot. Some folks have had it easier than others. Some have had more resources, money, family, and help around them. But everyone has faced challenges and had to make tough choices. One person's difficult situation does not negate another person's struggle. I think we all, myself included, because I know I'm no saint, need to remember that everyone is doing the best they can with what they have. No one is making a decision or voting for a plan with the intention of hurting someone else. I feel like the emotion involved in what seems like a no-win situation is causing us to seek blame, and it's pitting us against each other. Certified versus non-certified staff, parents versus teachers, school board versus administration, and every other combination of stakeholders you can imagine. I know there are both teachers and parents who want to be here tonight, but they're not, because they're concerned about ruining a relationship with each other, or they fear retribution. Even I'm nervous about being judged by parents, administrators, and colleagues who I respect. There is no blame here. The best thing about Alexander is that we're a community. We come together in times of crisis and in times of celebration. No matter what the board decides for second, third, or fourth quarter, we have to stop placing blame and playing the they said, I heard, their fault game. Otherwise, we're going to ruin the very school we want our kids to return to. My tears and anxiety the last 3 weeks have not really had anything to do with plan A, B, C, or D, but more to do with our attitude and acceptance and support of each other's differing opinions. We're Spartans, and we've got this if we do it together. So, to the superintendent's recommendation. The teachers union sent a survey to every teacher asking, at this point, which plan would you prefer to use for the next 9 weeks? 94 of, I think, about 107 teachers responded. 20.2% said plan A, 9.6% said plan B, 14.9% said C, and 55.3% said D. There were insightful comments for every single plan. The board and the administration were given those results and a full list of the comments. I hope you've had a chance to read through them all. I've had a chance to talk with teachers from many grade levels and subjects, and everyone has asked if I'm going to mention, say, talk about, well, whatever their main concern is. But I'm not comfortable being the spokesperson for all teachers. And if I passed on everything I've been told, we'd be here all night. Because the teachers all have different points of view. Thank God, because we'd be providing a pretty lousy education if we were all the same. I feel like the survey reflects the teachers' opinions. So we're left with me. What do I think? I think a lot of things, but every time I thought about what I wanted to say here, it came down for me as a parent and a teacher, the quality of education. I think it's really important for all the parents to have to make a decision, and the board, before they make a decision, to have a clear picture of what the school day is going to look like for students K through 12. I don't mean the safety plan. I understand wellness checks, masks, and social distancing. I mean the actual educational process. Are elementary kids going to get to have carpet time each morning? Are they going to leave their classroom to go to specials, or are the specials coming to them? Will they be able to sit next to their friends at lunch, share toys and games during free time, and see how many of them can fit on the tire swing at recess? Will the junior high and high school students be receiving our best teaching practices? Will they have group work, stations, kinesthetic learning? Will they be able to gather around a lab in science, or have the teacher pull up a chair next to them to help edit their paper? My fear is that the answer to these questions might be no. Now, I am well aware that sitting at a desk for 8 hours socially distanced may actually be a better option than what some of our students face at home. But for many of the kids, including my very active 8-year-old, this scenario could be more emotionally damaging than another quarter of remote learning. I know we can't prepare for every little thing, but these are big issues. It's our job to provide the best education in the current situation. So I'm slightly concerned that by jumping from Plan D to Plan A, we are simply picking the needs of one group over the needs of another. So instead of changing Plan D, I would like to know if instead of abandoning Plan D, I'd like to know if we could maybe change it. We're really only in the third full week. Even though I'm with Missy, it feels like a lot more. the third full week of this. Can we bring in the kids who need it? 1, 2, 10 at a time? Put them in this room, have an assigned time for them. Teachers and aides can help tutor. We can provide food, organize. Not necessarily every day, but I do think we all understand there's a difference between bringing in 10 kids for an hour and bringing in over 1,000 all day, every day. So I don't have an answer, but I do want to try and see if we can come up with a way to truly serve all our students. Because while virtual learning, remote learning is not the best, I agree. It is working better for a lot of our students than going to a third party or coming back here and feeling unsafe would be. So I know I'm kind of asking you 2 questions. I'm asking if we can tweak Plan D instead of dive right into Plan A. And I'm also really asking for a clear picture of how the day will go, because I think that will help everyone make their decisions. So thank you.
Anybody questions, though?
I was just going to say thank you about that.
Okay. No questions? Thank you, Ms. Chimo. Okay, before we move, is there any other teacher that would like to address the board before we move on to regular public participation?
Or other staff.
Or other staff? Nancy?
The first thing I want to say is right now, as I'm standing here as with the hat of union president for our non-certs, they have risen to the occasion, and they are ready to rise and continually rise to the occasion. We have custodians who are fully equipped and able to keep this building clean. We have paras who are willing to help keep this building clean and safe. So with that hat on, many, I won't say all, many would like to see our students come back. They are missed desperately. And with also saying that, it is those paras who've been out there at the hot spots to see the struggles of things not downloading and sitting out in that heat last week of 90 degrees for 3 hours at a bus, some not available to go to the bathroom. That is not okay. That is not okay for the parent who is struggling, who may not have a vehicle to get there, who some parent we had out in front in tears because she had to quit her job to make this work. So with that union hat on and speaking in that realm and seeing that firsthand, taking those phone calls of parents who cannot maneuver through a Chromebook, who K through 5 had a 15-minute lesson who aren't getting it, 6th graders who had nothing, and they've all have Chromebooks in their laps for the first time. We've seen that firsthand because we've been out there with our public. And we've seen it, and it's heartbreaking, and it's heart-wrenching, and it's not okay. Taking that hat off and putting on the hat of an employee who has learned that when kids come back from the summer vacation, we don't ask how your summer was, because we know for some of them it has stunk. Because school is their refuge. We have learned to say, we are really glad to have you back, and if you need a hug, boy, I'm here for that hug. We have learned after Christmas vacation, hey, how was your Christmas? What did Santa bring? You don't ask that. You say, we're really glad to have you, and many times we have heard in the library, I'm so glad to be back. I couldn't wait to get here. We have learned from you all, as a board, that you were concerned about safety here. We have masks. We have a controlled environment. We have social distancing. I love athletics. I was an athlete. Doesn't look like it, but I was. We put the kids on a playing field without masks, without social distancing, without a controlled environment. We gave our parents a choice to allow their kids whether to be an athlete or not. We took that choice away from every parent in here who wants their child in school. You don't get a choice. You stay home under Plan D, your kids stay home. You don't get a choice. And what I've heard, and I know it wasn't intentional, What that says is athletics is more important than this kid who needs the education. The athlete who's hurting, who needed to play, I'm all for it. I love the fact, it's great to see them out there. It's great to see them enjoying it. It's great to see that socializing. But those hundreds of other students who are at risk, who needed to be here, their parents didn't get a choice. I understand the concerns. I'm concerned. I am concerned. We are essential workers. Nurses can't walk away, doctors can't walk away, the clerks at Walmart can't walk away. EMTs can't walk away. This is our burning building. And our kids need a refuge. Our kids need to come back.
Thank you, Nancy. Any follow-up questions for Nancy? Blake?
I just want to say thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other teachers or staff before we move forward? Okay, if not, Aaron, now if you'll just give me a little nod or a nod, please, anyone that feels that they want to address the board, please do, but please, if you can, keep it within 3 minutes. Yeah, thank you. I forgot about this already.
My name's Tamika Bowser. I have a 6th grader. First, you guys have made really hard decisions. Thank you for everything you've done. I've listened to a few people this evening say that the decision was taken away from everyone. In making the decision to send them back 5 days a week, 2 days a week, whatever, there's a set of kids, mine being included, who has autonomic dysfunction, who cannot come back to the school. I've had 2 doctors tell me, it's not safe, don't send her back. So I have to keep her home. But if we bring them back and you guys take the teacher part of it away from the ones that can't come back to school, and she has to do Edison or whatever. She done that last year. She went from a straight A student to B's and C's because she doesn't have a teacher that can help. I understand the teachers are having it really rough, but they are there for the questions right now. Going to Edison, they don't have that. So we need to think about the entire group of children. And if we do come back to school, then that's great. Anyone that wants their kid to be here has that right. But we shouldn't take what we've put in place right now away from the ones that can't be here and send them to a third party, because that doesn't work. My straight A student struggled. Right now, she's got straight A's again. They're not doing a whole lot, but they're doing enough work that she's picking it up. She has her teachers that are able to help her. Going to Edison or in online schooling, I'm going to be right back to where I was last year, and she's going to be a BC student again, and she's going to fall farther and farther behind, and I don't think it's fair. So we need to think about everyone. And if the kids come back, which, like I said, that would be great for a lot of kids, we also need to think about the ones that can't, because I have health reasons that she can't. So just, if you could, please keep that in mind for some of the students as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Real quick, I forgot that we have 3 people that are waiting patiently online, and I would like to go with them real quick, sir. I'm sorry about that. You're on deck after we clean the call log off here. So I believe we have RJ waiting patiently to speak with us. RJ, can you hear us?
Yes.
You're welcome to address the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is RJ Sosha, and I am an 8th grade student here at Alexander, and I am speaking here today to express my concern about going back to school in the second 9 weeks. First of all, I would like to make the board aware that my father works in the healthcare field, which will be relevant to my points later. One reason why I am concerned is because both me and my mother are taking medications that make us immune compromised, thus putting us at a higher risk for catching this virus. Secondly, with my father being a paramedic, if I were to be exposed at school, he would be taken out of work for 14 days. That takes him out of the healthcare system. I'm sure that there are a large number of other students that also have parents in this profession, which would take a large amount of the healthcare workers in this county out of work. That means less people's lives being saved. Those lives could be any of the people's here, family members, along with anyone else in this great community. Next, with him being at work, he could be exposed without us knowing, and if I were to be exposed, I could potentially spread it to my classmates. Also, I have elderly relatives that I am in regular contact with that I would be devastated if they were to catch it because of me. Another reason that I believe this would be ill-advised is because we are hovering around 100 active cases every day, with approximately 10 new cases a day. It will only be a matter of time before one or more of those cases were within our own student body or faculty. Before I finish, I would like to speak about the survey that was given to the parents last night, which only gave 2 options. Would you send your child to online school with either Alexander teachers or a third party, or would you do 5, 4, or 2 days in class, option A, B, or C? This survey was very poorly executed. For this to have been valid, there would have had to have been 5 yes or no questions for each of the options, for each of the 5 different things, with the third party, Alexander teachers, and the 3 other in-school options. If the board was considering using the results of this survey to make any decision about going back to school this next 9 weeks tonight, I would strongly encourage them to reconsider and to put out a new one. Finally, we must remember that as much as we may all be struggling socially, we must remember that we have to protect each other now if we want to be able to meet again safely sometime in the future. Thank you all for hearing me speak today, and I hope that you will consider my concerns in this matter.
Thank you, RJ. Thank you, RJ. Okay, next we have Brian on the line. Brian, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we can hear you.
Great. Good evening. We want to thank the board for this opportunity. We have been parents of an Alexander student since 2007. That's 13 years. And we have another 8 years to go until our youngest graduates from high school. Throughout this time, we've been impressed by the community that exists within the campus. We have known innumerable excellent teachers and staff members. The district has been working partners in many facility and service improvements that we've needed throughout the years to ensure that our children have access to the best education. We want to express our sincere gratitude for all the hard work that has been put into getting the start of this academic year going. We have been pleased with the availability of resources, engagement of the faculty, and structure of the remote learning. We have felt fortunate that the district has been providing education and services to all the children in ways that make access easy and is flexible with regards to schedules. We know that not all parents are feeling that way about how other districts are navigating learning from home. The whole world is in the middle of a great experiment that has forced us to change our norms throughout our lives. We appreciate that none of this has been easy for anyone. The effects are felt by teachers, staff, parents, children, and families. I trust that going forward, we'll all learn a lot more and continue to improve. In these times, we all yearn for a return to normal. In-person learning is ideal for all students. We know that everyone wants what is best, and that best is defined differently depending on the lens and the metrics. For our family, Best is a continuation of at-home remote learning because we have an exceptionally high-risk family member. We want to say that we are so thankful our district is able to continue to provide that opportunity, even if conditions prove to be amenable for in-person learning for other members of the community. We understand from reading the agenda of tonight's meeting that it will be the superintendent's recommendation to return to in-person school for the second 9 weeks. We trust that the board will act in what they believe to be the best interests of our children and community as they consider this decision. We are troubled, though, by a rumor that has been circulating that there will be an additional recommendation to return to a plan to utilize a third-party curriculum for the students not returning to the school building. We want to voice our overwhelming disapproval of this idea. When this was initially proposed over the summer, it was met with significant opposition from the community. As a result, a change was made, and it was announced that students choosing option 2 would be taught by Alexander teachers. Our family made decisions about how to proceed with the academic year based on your word to maintain the connection to our staff and faculty that we have come to value and depend upon over the past decade plus. We can tell you with no uncertainty that if a third-party option for home learning curriculum was the plan from the beginning, we would not be enrolled in Alexander this academic year. Our children have bonded with the teachers, staff, and students with whom they have grown up. It is our opinion that if you offer an in-person schooling to the students for whom it is appropriate, but transition the home learning students to a different curriculum, this amounts to actions that are discriminatory and detrimental to not only their academic well-being, but their mental and emotional wellness. You will be, in essence, providing a bare minimum set of requirements to one group, while the other has access to superior curriculum, course selection, and faculty. You will be actively removing them from opportunities for engagement with their peers and the teachers. Every parent with a child learning at home right now will tell you that our kids need to engage and socialize with their peers. But for those families who have health concerns that prohibit their full in-person participation, you are widening the gap that already exists with home-based learning. The lack of transparency and rumors of changing curricular tracks mid-semester will lead to an erosion of trust of the board and administration of Alexander Local Schools. We are asking that you please keep your word to ensure all of our students, regardless of their ability or willingness to participate in option 1, are afforded the same access to educational excellence with the phenomenal faculty of Alexander Schools. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Sincerely, Brian and Lucy Bucher. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Sure. Are you still there, Brian?
I am.
Ms. Baker has a question for you.
Sure.
Hi, Brian, Mrs. Baker.
Hi, Mrs. Baker.
I just want to defend the administration for a second. How in the world would we have known what it's like in the classroom to try to do 2 jobs? How would they have known? They were saying that because they wanted to help the kids. How would they have known what it's like? We couldn't have predicted it.
I may be confused as to what you're asking me. How would they have known in the summer what it would be like to run
The
both?
administration had no idea what their staff, their teachers, the foundation of this education would be going through to try to do both jobs. So my question is to you, how would they have known?
How would they have known how much time was required to do both jobs?
Yes. It's a learning curve. We've been saying this is fluid the whole time. We now know, 4 weeks in, that for our Board of Education and our administrators to ask these teachers to do 2 very different jobs, I think you heard my presentation.
I did.
You don't have to answer the question. Maybe it's a comment. How would they have known? We didn't know. We're now trying to inform the public, the parents, of what's happening in the classroom.
So I agree. I think this is a learning experiment, and I think adaptation and evolving the programs and adding resources where it might be needed may be the solution. I don't know.
Let me tell you, yes, I would love to teach my zoology kids in class and online. Yes, my honors biology, yeah, all of them. I can't. How can you ask somebody to do something they can't?
Well, I absolutely respect your presentation and your opinion, of course. I'm looking at a student who's a junior who's taken a class such as broadcasting and who is loving that class, that if pushed to a third-party curriculum, will lose that, along with the accelerated and honors classes that are also being taken right now, that we've invested almost a full quarter by the time this is over. And that's a concern as she's preparing for colleges next year as a junior.
I don't mean to interject with you. I just think that's a very good thing. Like, I appreciate both of you guys on something you're both very passionate about. Every yin has a yang in this situation. Every good, logical sense has a flaw. And so I appreciate both of you guys being very open to the discussion. And that's what every email, every text message, every conversation I've had in the past 6 months has been. And so I appreciate that. That could have gone lots of different ways. In a moment it started, I appreciate both of you guys for having a conversation and seeing them both ways. So thank you.
All right, Brian, again, thank you.
Thank you.
And then next we have Chad on the line. Chad, are you with us?
I am, yes. Good evening. My name is Chad Kopensky. I've been an educator for about 25 years. The last, 7 or so, I've been actually teaching first-year experience courses at the university, where students transition from high school to college. But I'm not addressing you as an educator. I'm not addressing you as anybody who knows anything other than just being a parent. I do recognize, however, having been in the classroom, that there are no easy decisions here. And I recognize and validate the opinions of the teachers who are struggling. I'm struggling too. This is a difficult time. But I'm talking to you today in support of remote learning with an Alexander teacher. I have a daughter in the district, and I can tell you that the teachers are doing an excellent job of creating a community, and they are fostering interactions, and they're facilitating that social interaction, which is really important to my daughter. She's an only child, and part of her IEP is that social thinking curriculum and that social interaction, which the teachers do a phenomenal job with in terms of creating those connections to her community. It's not ideal, no. It's not the hugs in the hallway, but it's what we have for now until we can be safe. And she's actually thriving in that type of environment because the other skills that she's learning as a part of this are things like self-advocacy and resilience, which I can tell you, once they get to college, self-advocacy and resilience are 2 skills that are sorely needed. And if she can learn those skills now in a safe, supported environment, it sets her up to be incredibly successful in the future. Like many people who've spoken today, I have family members who are health compromised. My wife is also in a healthcare position. And so she does go into the homes of people in our community. And we would feel horrible if we were that link that helped spread COVID throughout the Alexander community. And so, I actually am trying to be brief here, but in general, from our family, from our perspective, from a cost benefit perspective, from a risk to reward perspective, from a number of perspectives, we are advocating, please, that we keep the option of distance learning with an Alexander teacher because of the benefits to the community and the benefits to our family. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Chad, thank you. Mark, does that conclude our online? Okay. All right, now we're back live. Sir, you were on the bullpen, or in the bullpen, you're on deck now.
All right, I'd just like to say thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I really don't like to publicly speak, but I'm going to go ahead and do it now on behalf of my wife and my kids because I feel like it's needed right now. I would like to present this letter to you in hopes that you understand our honesty, sincerity, gratitude, and disappointment. It may sound strange I say gratitude and disappointment in the same sentence. Please allow me to explain. This letter is written on behalf of my wife and I and our 3 children. We ask that you listen to me with an open mind and an ability to see the situation from the perspective of an Alexander family. Let me introduce myself. I'm Tyler Thomas, 2003 graduate of Alexander. My mom taught here for 30 years, graduated from here in 1978. We've lived in Albany as a family since 2010. Why Albany? Because this is home. This is a community I'm so proud of. I can't imagine raising my family in any other community. This is a place we love, and a major reason for that is Alexander Local School. What a great place. I'm proud to be a Spartan and so excited to know my kids are Spartans as well. I want to express my gratitude to each of you for the job you do as a school board member and superintendent. I have the utmost respect for you. I also would like to personally thank each principal, teacher, coach, instructor, aide, custodian, secretary, and all others who make Alexander the exceptional place it is. I thank you for your dedication to the education and success of our children. Your job often goes unthanked. There are so many people from this community and school who made a lasting impact on my life. I look around and still see some of those same teachers and principals who devoted so much of their life to helping me succeed. I don't want this opportunity to pass without me thanking you for what you do. I appreciate it. There's no question you've had to make some of the most difficult decisions a school board could ever have to make. I fully understand that each of you have spent countless hours in meetings, discussions, studying, and in thought. I would like you to very seriously listen to my words as I continue in this letter. I'm very heartbroken for my kids right now. Piper and Sadler need Alexander. They need this amazing place to be all that it can be and all that it's meant to be. I know how great Alexander is. I know the potential that's waiting inside these walls. I wholeheartedly believe and know that they belong in school. There are so many reasons we could list that would explain why we believe this. I want to highlight a few for you. Before I do this, I'd like to say that we understand there are reasons that schools shouldn't be in session for some people. There are families that remote virtual education is a better option. I've listened to several people this evening say that, and I agree with them and I understand. But from my standpoint, and many in this community, many kids need to be here. We believe there should be a choice for the families to make the decision that best fits their situation. The joy and excitement of Piper and Sadler are the first reasons I'd like to talk about. Piper and Sadler are excellent kids. I'm so proud of who they are. I noticed Piper becoming sad, despondent, lethargic, disappointed, and confused. She was once bubbly, giddy, and excited about each new day at Alexander Elementary. As a kindergartner, she had an amazing experience as she was guided through her first year by Mrs. Connie Sheets. Piper learned so much and developed a tremendous amount as a person and student. The education she received was outstanding. I also noticed she had a true joy about her and that her school experience was responsible for much of that joy. Piper's time in kindergarten was followed with another exceptional year with Miss Melissa Johnson. Piper learned so much as a first grader. Miss Johnson continued from that firm foundation that Mrs. Sheets built. The education was once again outstanding. My appreciation for the teachers of Alexander is immense. But here's what I noticed more than what she learned from an educational aspect. She had a true joy for school. She loved it. She loved the people, the environment. She loved the fun day-to-day experiences that a young child has as they learn their way through life. From the morning bus rides with Steve Dugan to the warm welcomes of the aides and teachers to the leadership of Mrs. Guffey to the caring people serving lunch, the janitors who build relationships with the kids, the excitements of the specialist classes, the deep care of each teacher, and back to the bus ride home. You simply cannot replace these things with remote learning away from school. I also noticed the social growth she made in 2 short years. She's developed friendships that will likely last forever. These friendships were blossoming. This takes me to our son Sadler. His first day of kindergarten wasn't the same as Piper's. His was shallow and cold. It almost seems surreal that we were actually doing it like this. It truly breaks my heart that he had to experience his very first day of Alexander Elementary in this fashion. And now as I watch him sitting at a table, no friends around, no fun school activities, knowing full well that he's being held back and cheated out of the full experience, I can't help but be completely disappointed. He is so excited to have Mrs. Sheets as his first Alexander teacher. It's my hope that he can enjoy all those things our daughter did just a short time ago. He was so excited. It's taken a lot of work and growing for him to get to the point of being so thrilled to go to school. To know and see his excitement was such a huge step for him and us. He was ready to roll. I can promise you he's missing a lot, but some people are truly missing out on the heart and love that Sadler has. Some kids need to feel his love and kindness. Some teachers need to feel his appreciation for them, and everyone needs to see his genuine love for all. I'm now returning to his first day, even knowing that things weren't going to be like a normal school day. He was ready to go. My wife and I had been explaining to him that it'll be a little different than what Piper had. Do you understand how hard it is to tell your 5-year-old son that it'll be all right and it'll get better? Is that just a lesson he needs to learn? Yeah, I understand life isn't fair. I agree with that. But please look me and my son in the eye and tell us that him staying home and not being in school is actually better for him holistically. It's not. It's in these great halls and classrooms of Alexander that children will be able to practice and learn more about the respect we've taught them at home. And as we all look around our country, we understand that respect is much needed right now. So those things we're teaching them at home, they can bring here and learn more about how to respect authority and their teachers and respect others. Now's the time for them to be together with their teachers and classmates. The situation and circumstances I've listed above come from a middle-class working family with food on the table, clean clothes on our backs, and resources to navigate hard times. But what about the students who don't have that ability? What about the ones who aren't here tonight and aren't able to talk? There are so many people in this community that can't be here tonight. They have no access to getting here. This is about those kids. Yes, I'm here speaking for my son and daughter, a kindergartner and second grader, but there are so many people unaccounted for tonight, and I'm speaking for them. It breaks my heart to even think about it. When I look in my kid's eye, I can't help but think of the kids less fortunate. As we go through life, there will always be obstacles, things we need to overcome. Things won't always go our way, and we need to learn how to adapt, navigate, and move through. But the situation we're in doesn't have to be that way. I'm not discounting COVID-19. I'm not ignoring it. My wife's a registered nurse. She also grew up and spent much of her life in a third world country. She knows the risks of illnesses. I can also firmly stand here and tell you the minimal risks of COVID-19 do not nearly compare to the devastation of the emotional and social well-being of children this is causing. This is about the whole child. In our family, we highly value education. I believe my kids are best served in an in-person school environment, the exact way school is intended to be. We fully understand and accept the risks that may be involved. For these families that see otherwise, they may choose to keep their kids at home. For those of us who would like to get back to a normal school day, I ask that you open the doors to Alexander again. As a teacher myself, I can assure you that students need it. They need that love, that stable environment, the care that they receive from school, the meals, the friendships, the relationships, teachers and principals. They need to feel it and actually be in the presence of these people. The district that I teach in has allowed families to choose which format best fits their situation, and is working very well. Alexander should do the same. I'm pleading that you allow our kids back into school. This community needs it. Let the kids experience the joys of Alexander. Let them share and feel the love of our great teachers and staff. The children deserve the absolute best Alexander has to offer. I know there's so much potential waiting in the hearts and minds of these kids. The ball is in your court now. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Next, Colleen, you standing back there waiting?
I have to first say that I came unprepared. I had told my son I'm mother of a junior and a senior here at Alexander. I hadn't planned on coming tonight, and when I told my senior that I wasn't going to come and speak, he was devastated. I could tell that he wanted me to be his voice because he won't stand up here and say anything. He's just not that type. He's like me. He doesn't like public speaking. So here I am, a little unprepared. My name is Colleen Phillips. Like I said, I have a junior and senior here. I'm just going to read what I've written just quickly, so please forgive me if it sounds unprepared. With this world we are living in and facing a new challenge of virtual learning, not being with their friends, having to witness the madness and division of our country, all of that, my sons are taking everything in stride as much as they can. They're taking on one thing at a time, one new thing, trying not to get overwhelmed. As a parent, I never thought that what they're experiencing right now is anything I'd ever have to explain to them or experience with them, but here we are. My two sons want to be in school. They want to be with their friends. They miss their friends. They want normal. With my son Jacob being a senior, he wanted to cheer his friends on in a football game and a soccer match and watch them compete in their last year. He wants normal. My kids want their lives back. They want to laugh with their peers, hang out in the lunchroom, talk with their buddies about something funny that happened in class. They want normal. My senior wants to dance at his prom, hit that shot at the buzzer, pitch on a mound, run bases on a diamond, and score the winning run. My son wants to have a graduation, and I want that for him. He deserves it. He's earned it. What we are taking from them if they aren't in school, we're taking their childhood, something we all got to experience, and for most, some of our best times. It's a part of their lives that mold us into who we become as adults. It's either their right to have those experiences, that schooling and those moments with their friends. Why are we taking these things away from them? Well, obviously, we know why. There's something that we're facing that we've never faced before. They aren't scared. They know the risks, yet they want to live. They want the experiences. They miss their teachers, their classes. Before they enter adulthood and have to face the harder times, the bills, the realities, they want to be kids. Who are we to take that from them? I get nervous thinking about what all could happen. I'm one that has wavered about, do I want them in school, do I not? Trust me, it's not an easy decision, and I hate that you guys have to make it for us. I do that every day when they leave the house, though, when they get into a car, when they're with their friends, when flu season hits. I worry all the time. I can't shelter them from life. I can't keep their childhood from them, and we can't continue to live in fear. What life are we giving them if we are taking away some of their best times, the times they won't ever forget? We will be scared, nervous, and unsure, but let's get back to normal, back to school, with some new precautions, of course, and with a faith and a positive mind that it will all be okay. It's what we need to do. It's time. And I want to end with, I have been an essential worker this whole time, worked through it all, been exposed to people, college students, etc. And it scares me to go home to my kids every day. I've not been with my family, my elderly family. I have a father-in-law with a terminal illness, so this all scares me. But what we need is our children to not have to face any more than they're already facing, what they're going to face. And for that, I feel, being an essential person, this is a hard question to ask, but why is my life less important having to work every single day? That person at Walmart, like she said, why is that life less important than a teacher's? And I've never understood that. For them to have to go to school every day, it's a scary situation, it's a scary environment. But it's something I've faced every day, a nurse has faced every day, a doctor has faced every day. And yet we go home to our families just the same. I appreciate you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak. I hate that you're having to make this decision, so let us parents and our children make it for you. At least some in-person school, if not all. Thank you.
Thanks, Colleen.
Hello, my name is Claudette Saylor. This is my husband, Greg. As bus drivers, taxpayers, parents, grandparents, my husband and I graduated from high school here in the 70s. My children graduated from here, and I had 3 grandchildren graduate from here. We want to see the kids back in school. I miss my kids on my bus route. I know they miss their peers. I have students on my bus whose school is their only social outlet. We sit at the Albany Baptist Church every day, 5 days a week. 3 days of the week, we pass out lunches, breakfast to students. The other days, we sit there waiting on kids to come in and download their work. The bus drivers have been taking busloads of kids to athletic events ever since school started. Why can't the kids come back to school? At least, if not 5 days, the the 4 days a week. Thank you. Greg?
Well, I just agree with what my wife said.
Smart
As
man.
you can tell, I'm not that's why we've been married 43 years. Yeah, okay. But, yeah, we need to be back in school. You know, we have to look at things as a whole and not what's bad for one or two bus drivers or, you know, some teachers as a whole.
We're in the high-risk group. We're both in our 60s. I'm not afraid to have a busload of kids on my bus. I'm ready to get started. These kids need school.
Yeah. I mean, I'll add that I grew up in New Marshfield, and, you know, if you drive through New Marshfield and you see these kids, they can't stay home all the time. They need to be in school. They need to be around their teachers, children's services. You know, taxpayers pay a lot of money to children's services. They have an enormous budget. Are they able to do their job when they don't have access to all the kids? So I think that's another issue to consider. I know there's a few kids that say their immune system is weak. Well, we have, I don't know, 1,100 kids in the school, and yes, I sympathize with those few kids, but those ones we have to work out another system for. Anyway, that's all I got to say. I hope we go back to school. It's tough doing what we're doing now because we really do enjoy our kids, and we like to think that we talk to them and we try to help them, and we'd like to have them back. So thank you.
Just a second. All right. Margaret, you'll be next.
You want to go, Margaret? I'll let you go. No, go ahead. Go ahead, Margaret. I'll wait for you.
So good evening. So I'm Margaret Demko. I'm the parent of a child, a 15-year-old with Down syndrome. I'm also the foster grandparent of 2 kindergartners and one, I don't know, 4th grader, I think he is. So I have a lot at stake here. There's a large family at my home that didn't always exist this way. The first thing that I'd like to say is I hear a lot about herd immunity and I hear a lot about how, you know, we have these small group of kids that it may affect. The one comment I want to say is, who makes the decision about who that 1% of children are? What makes the life of that teacher, this teacher, or that teacher, or that student, or her daughter, or my daughter, less important, or less important to stand up to be the one that gets that risk? That we take that herd immunity, and that the one child that gets completely affected and ends up with long-term health effects is my daughter, or her daughter, or another child with a developmental disability, or the people that we're talking on the phone. It's not okay to just say that there's a small group of kids and, well, we have to figure something else out for them. That's not okay. It's not okay for the group of teachers that also potentially have health risks. None of that is okay. Who gets to make the decision about who that 1% of people are? Just because my daughter may not be as productive of a member of society as another? That's not okay. I understand that people want to go back to school. I'm a social worker. I've said that before. I understand that these kiddos that are talking to teachers that are having trauma responses, those are classic trauma responses. It's trauma to not be in school. It's trauma to do the things that's happening. It's trauma for all of us, not just for the kids. It's also difficult for all of us that do any type of social working or any type of healthcare work. There's extra work involved for everyone because we're living through a pandemic, and none of us has ever lived through that pandemic before. So I just don't understand why it's so difficult that if someone wants to send their children back to school, let's do that. That's okay. But don't take away the Alexander teachers that my daughter has now developed a relationship with, that the 4th grader that lives in my home, who was bullied terribly and had a horrible experience at school, is now excelling because he has access to these amazing and incredible Alexander teachers that work here.
That young man that spoke to us via Zoom, I think that every single teacher that's ever taught that young man should pat themselves on the back for the work that they've done with that young man, because that was incredible for him to be able to do that. Why do I have to choose to stay home? Because for FAPE, free and appropriate public education for me, there's two sides for that. One is that I get to keep her safe where I have a healthy environment. Right now, that's not coming to school because she is a member of that 1% that could get very sick. But the other piece of FAPE for me is that she gets the things that she needs from the district that she has. Ladies and gentlemen, that EduSure or Edison, that's not what she can use. They don't have a special education component. What about those kids? Why is it so difficult to be able to get a FERPA waiver or some type of a waiver so that these teachers can start and stop and record their lessons like they're doing now? We've done it for other youth that have attended this school that have needed it. There's been accommodations made like that. Why can't these accommodations stay so that the relationship that my child and her child and the other 1% of the kids that can't come back here right now, why can't that happen? Why do I have to give up the taxpayer dollars of teachers that I'm paying for as a taxpayer? Why do I have to give that up? If other people want to send their kid to school, I don't want to begrudge them of that. I don't want to begrudge them to make that choice. That's not my right to say that. I'm standing here saying that those of us who are able to excel at this, and 2 months ago, folks, I wouldn't say this because 2 months ago I thought, this is never going to work. This is going to be the biggest disaster ever. I'm here to tell you that these teachers have worked hard, damn hard actually, at getting this to work. The special education team, who I believe has already been quarantined, has continued to work really hard to make this right. The 6th grade team that have had some teachers quarantined, they've continued to work very hard. I'm friends with all these folks. For some of us who may have different resources to be able to help guide our child through this process, maybe that's why it's worked. But I've never seen my child more excited to go to school than when she gets up and sits down at her Chromebook because she knows she's going to interact with people every day through Zoom. What she does know, though, is there's not going to be any bullying. There's not going to be any of the drama that happens. And there's not going to be any worry because we don't go anywhere. She's not allowed. I don't understand why those of us who can't come back here have to give up our right to be using our Alexander teachers. And I don't understand how anyone is going to choose who that 1% of students are going to be that are going to get sick, too sick. So I don't know what else to say other than if we want to go back to school, let's do it. But please don't take my teachers from me. Please don't make me use a subpar education. I don't continue to live in Albany, in Alexander District, because I want a subpar education, ever. This is an amazing school. There's no doubt about it. Just let me continue to access it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lacey Casso. I was a 2008 graduate also. I'm actually a deputy sheriff for Vinton County. Been there 9 years. My kid goes to school here. He's a kindergarten. When I first told him that he had to do online schooling, he's like, Mom, I don't get to make new friends. I said, no, buddy, not right now. It's just really hard. Me and my husband both work 40 plus hours. We actually have to drive out of district to take our kids somewhere to be babysitted. And then time we get home, we have to cram schoolwork for him. He can't do it. He's frustrated. It'd be just nice if we could get back to something like half and half, or let the parents decide if they want to send their kid back to school or not.
Yeah, I mean, the way I feel about it is if we can have sports, if you guys can allow sports to happen, why can't our kids be back in school? You know, our kid don't understand that. He's 5 years old. He don't understand why he's not here, but his sister that goes to Jackson is in school every single day. He's not understanding that. There's multiple schools around here that's going to school right now with no issues. I understand the 1%. I get that. But let our kids back in school. For the parents that want their kids to go back to school, let them go. There's no reason, nothing holding them back. I can't say for every single teacher that's out there, but there's none of them that's quarantined the whole time. They're all out in the public, just like everyone else is, doing what they have to do to live. So if they can do that and go to Walmart or go to sporting events or whatever, and the kids go to football games or track or soccer or whatever, they can be in school. There's no reason for it. I personally believe that. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Stephanie, and I have a son that's in 5th grade. One question for you guys. Are all the kids accounted for this school year? Are all the kids accounted for? Has every child picked up their Chromebook? Have you accounted for every single child that left out of here before spring break?
Lindy, I'll let you field that.
We have not accounted for all. We have students that have not logged in yet. We have Chromebooks that have not been picked up.
Okay.
We have worked hard tracking down students. We have our attendance officer out every day. We give him a list of kids to go find.
Okay.
That is one of our concerns, yes.
Okay. That is a huge concern, and I feel for the bus driver because those are the kids that they're able to account for. And I understand them saying that they miss the children. Also, I was up here during the first meeting, and I talked about no internet access. I still don't have internet access at my house. I have tried. I've called every internet company. Nobody will give me access.
Yes, that's been a major issue with the district. We have worked so hard the past 5-6 weeks, hotspots, Verizon, Frontier, and we truly have areas. It doesn't matter what you take out there, it is not going to work.
No. I've been to the Columbia Township hotspot, and a big issue is that some of these files that the teachers are making are so big and ornate with lots of background, and I love the background, I love the pictures of their pets and everything, but it takes 5 minutes to download. On high-speed internet, I had to take my son's Chromebook to my work and download stuff, and it still took an exorbitant amount of time. So I also understand that with the bus drivers sitting out there all day long and the frustration that they have. I sent my son up to Fremont, Ohio with my grandparents because they have high-speed internet. And I've been in contact with my father every day, figuring out how things are going. My son one day had 65 emails. And I'm not going to, everybody's touting what they do for a living, so I'm going to do it too. I am a home health case manager for Ohio Health. I used to be an acute care nurse up at ProMedica in Toledo on a step-down neuro unit. I don't get 65 emails in a day. Like, how do you expect a child who is in 5th grade to go through 65 emails? That's overload. Another thing, the science teacher was doing the scientific method this week, and it was great. She did a great presentation. She put up a video for it. My father said that my son struggled with the video. He didn't understand it, so my father took the time and actually did the experiment. And that's something that the teacher would have done here at school. I think the kids should be back 5 days a week. I think it benefits them. And I understand the parents that have special needs children. My son's special need. He just got diagnosed with ADHD, and I'm taking him up to Columbus, and he might be diagnosed with autism and OCD. So he's an introvert. He needs that interaction. He can't just do just one Zoom meeting per week for that interaction. He's not the type of kid that will speak up. He needs to hear what the other kids ask. He needs to get that interaction from the children, from the teacher. I don't know what else to say. I want the kids to go 5 days a week. You know, I put my family at risk every day going to work. You know, when I worked up at the hospital, you know, I took care of 4 critically ill patients. You know, some, you know, that were bleeding from the inside. Some, you know, you have to watch all these neurological changes in them. Do you think that if I said to a family member, oh, I was scared, and that's why I missed the stroke that your father was having? You know, we still go out and shop. Everybody's going to Athens and shopping, right? Getting food. We can go to school. I'm done.
My name's Tom Parsons, and I never thought I'd see the day that I'd have to actually come to school and beg people to let my kid go to school. I figured I'd be the one standing here saying, he's a good kid, let him in. You know, I can't believe that as taxpayers, we're all taxpayers, you know, we all send our sons and daughters across the sports field to play sports. We cram them on a school bus and we ship them to play a game, but we can't send them to our school. I think that's a sad day. My hat's off to you ladies that has disabled kids, and I think you guys should have a right to do what you need to do with your kids, having the teachers here local. But I think you need to figure out how to get the kids back in school that want to go to school. We don't have no internet. I've listened to it all night about not having internet, hotspots, this and that. What you guys are doing is not working. The biggest problem I see is you're making unproductive kids for the future. And how is these kids going to be able to pay your wages and pay our taxes if we're not smart enough to get an education, to get a GED or a diploma to get a job? I think you guys are all heading in the wrong direction if you're not sending them to school. That's why we pay our tax dollars. That's why we pay our income tax. We need to have this place as a school, not a sports arena. If that's what we need to have a sports arena, then maybe we should change it to sports instead of Alexander Schools. And I encourage you to get your job done that we elect you to do, we pay our taxes to do, and get our kids back in school. And for the ones that can't go to school because of the health reasons, accommodate them. We got the resources. We haven't burned any diesel fuel in how many months because of not going to school. The paper system worked out better than this internet stuff. My son's got an IED or IEP. His speeches went bad so far that we can't hardly understand him. I know everybody's had to make bad calls, and we've all had to struggle, and we're still going to struggle. But don't let our kids struggle, because I have to explain to my 12-year-old son, I've had 3 kids, 2 of them graduated from this school. I like this school. We support it however we can, when we can. You know, I have to explain to my 12-year-old why he can't come here and see his friends, but we can run up and down and chase balls. I don't like sports. I don't have time for sports. We got too many businesses. But when you got a 12-year-old kid saying, how come these kids can get out here and play ball, but I can't come in here and eat with my friends? I think the system's went in the wrong direction. And I'm asking you guys to do what you had to do. You made I've sent some emails out, and I got some replies. I got one reply from Josh. I got a reply back from Lindy. And I just don't know what to say. I never thought I'd see the day that I had to come to the school board and say, please let my kid come to school. About everybody here says our kids need to go back to school. And there's too many wrongs in the world. There's not enough rights. But you guys can do your part. Get our kids back to school, make them right. And that's all I got to say.
Hi, my name is Autumn Ryder. I'm here to really speak on behalf of my kids. I've got 3, 2 are in school. 1 is in 9th grade, and 1 is in 6th grade. Luckily, my 9th grader is doing volleyball, so she's getting some interaction. And the coaches have done an amazing job making sure that social distancing, masking, hand sanitizing, all that stuff. My 6th grader, who loves being at school, loves sports, she's gonna be, she thinks, a professional basketball player. You know, she's not able to experience what she used to. I think that letter that Mr. Thomas read was amazing. I do think that there needs to be choices. So I would ask the board to really consider that. There's parents, myself, I want my kids back in school. I think other parents need to have a choice, and it needs to be the best education for both. So on behalf of my family, we both work, my husband and I work full-time, don't have good internet. It doesn't work for us to take him to a hotspot because we're at work. My sister-in-law, God bless her, she's trying to teach 5 kids at home. You can only do 2 Zoom calls, the Wi-Fi doesn't work. I mean, it is a challenge and it's not working. My kids are very smart, they love school, they want to be a part of this school. So I beg you to let them be here. Yes, we have to make sure that safety protocols are in line, but that's our job as a parent, as well as you guys as the staff, to communicate to the parents and the students. This is the expectation. If you don't follow it, then you're not going to do it. Us as parents need to set an example as well. But the kids need to be here. They need that education, not just for the sports, for everything. So please, really listen to what I think majority of the parents are saying tonight is they want the choice. At least just give the choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Warren Brooks. My son is in 6th grade. We're very fortunate. We don't have a lot of problems that a lot of the other folks have. Our internet's fine. My son is an honor roll student and has been for years. He's not thriving with this online stuff. He's got a 55 in 2 classes. That kid has never had a 55. So I really, I've heard everything that's been put in tonight. I know that you guys have crazy decisions that you have to try and make. I know there are so many things that come into play. I know there are folks that really need the resources at home. I understand that, and I really feel for you. But my son needs to be in school. He's not learning at home. I hear people talk about, subpar education. Well, I'm sorry, I don't see how anybody could claim that what they're getting now is not subpar. And it's not because the teachers aren't good. And it's not because the teachers don't care. And it's not because the teachers aren't putting in tons and tons of hours. We've heard about that. It's because this just doesn't work. You can't expect 6th graders that have never picked up a Chromebook. Now, my son has a laptop. He has like every gaming console in the world. He has an iPad. Okay, we spoil him rotten, and he's lucky. He doesn't know how to use that Chromebook. I don't know how to use a Chromebook. I work on a laptop every day. I can't use the Chromebook. My wife spent 2 hours trying to convert a PDF that one of his teachers sent him so that he could do the assignment and turn it in. We still couldn't figure it out. There was no way to format that thing, and when you put it in Google Documents, it just scrambled it all up. So we had to just have him write the stuff out and then type it out separately and email it in, which, we, thank goodness, can do that. But what about all these other folks that don't have internet, that are both parents are working 40 hours a week or more? How are those kids? My kid is lost, and we're trying like heck to help him, and I know everybody is. I know everybody just wants what is best for all the kids. Unfortunately, the same thing is not best for all the kids. I think we've heard that a lot here tonight. That's why what a lot of people have been saying, where we need to have a choice. There's obviously people that can't come back for health reasons. And they do have a right and a need to those resources. But my son has a need to be here. He doesn't do well with online learning. And it's just not working. It isn't working as good as the packets that went home last year. It's not. And it's crazy. My son usually has all of his classes, I believe, except for specials, once a day, 5 days a week. Now he gets one Zoom meeting, some of which lasts about 20 minutes, once a week for each one of those classes. He's not getting anything out of that. You know, he's just not. And like I said, it's not because folks aren't trying. It's certainly not because they're not putting in the work. It's not because they don't care. It's because that's just not how most people learn. Maybe some people can, but it's not how most people can. And I just hope that I really do not envy you folks. You have a lot on your shoulders. And like I said, I know you're just trying to do what is right. But like many other folks have said, okay, I'm an essential worker. I also have diabetes, and as you can see, I'm not in great shape. So I'm a little bit overweight, maybe a lot overweight. I go out every day to work. I have to. I travel to different states to work. I have to do that to provide for my family. We just have to do things. There's nothing in this life that is free of risk. There are 0 things in this life that's free of risk. You get sit at home and you could still get sick and die. It's not working. This is really, really bad for our children. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elissa Day, and I am the parent of 2 students here at Alexander. I have a freshman and a second grader. My husband and I are essential workers. I am a respiratory therapist. I understand and see the coronavirus. I too have an immunocompromised family, but we also have to continue living. I also see my children at home alone 8 to 12 hours a day because my husband and I have to work. They are lonely and longing for socialization with their peers and teachers. Yes, they actually do want to come to school. My freshman is trying her best to get her work done and help her brother throughout the day. Also, this shouldn't be part of her freshman year, her being dyslexic, trying to teach her brother. Both kids have 504 plans. Neither have had the intervention that they should be getting, especially my second grader. My son missed part of a very crucial learning year, and it's starting the same this year. He's behind, he struggles to read, he struggles with writing and spelling, but he thrives in school. He loves to make his teachers proud. He likes school and is willing to learn at school. He also has ADHD. He needs that one-on-one intervention from someone that's trained to help him learn. Should he even have been moved to second grade after missing so much and missing more? Are we going to just keep passing kids that aren't retaining this information because they should have learned this virtually? I'm worried about all the kids' futures. They are our future. He takes his medicine in the morning so that my daughter doesn't have her hands full all day because not working is not an option for us. And by the time we get home, do dinner, chores, that medicine is worn off and concentration's gone. My daughter worries more now than ever. She worries about her brother getting his work done, as well as hers. She worries about her friends that may need help that aren't getting it, who don't have the accommodations at home. I know she's gotten all of her work done, but our internet has been down on school days. Looking down the road, this virtual learning is majorly compromising their futures. They need school as much as their teachers need to teach them in person. We need to give them families that need the choice to go back or to not go back a choice. I know this is hard, but I believe there are teachers here ready and willing to teach our kids, to talk to those. You guys can talk to the other schools that are in-person learning and find out what's working for them and what's not working for them and maybe what they would do differently and make those adjustments so that we can come back to school. Our kids are struggling mentally, emotionally, and socially. And I do praise the teachers for all the work that they have done and all the administration. I know it's hard. And like I said, I do think that there are immunocompromised people or people that can't attend, but they should have the choice, just as we do, to send our kids back.
Hi, my name is Chelsea Sanders, and I'm a single mother of a fourth grader. And my support system are all elderly, the ones that babysit my daughter before and after school. I am lucky enough as a worker that my boss lets me bring my daughter to work, where it's hard for me to do her work along with mine. And then after school or after work, it's doing our every night stuff, as in dinner and getting everything done. My daughter also has an IEP, who I actually noticed on the second week that she only had an IEP for her reading and her writing, which they did call me and they told me that they were going to lower her times for those, but she didn't have her IEP for her math, and they were sending her work that was for a fourth grade class. And it was not at her level, so she was struggling hard with that. She got behind. She's now behind on all of her work because of that. And it's hard for me to catch her back up with that because she does not pay attention as well, and it's a constant fight. So she needs to go to school because, for one, they kept on top of her, and it wasn't just me by myself. And I know I'm rambling because I wasn't really prepared for this, but I graduated from Alexander, and I always knew my child would. But if it's going to be continued as online learning, with my daughter falling behind this much, where I live, I have the option to send her to another school that is 5 days. And that's a thought that's gone through my head. I've wanted her to be a Spartan for the rest of her life, but if not, I also don't want her to fall behind, and it's going to hurt her. So those are my thoughts. I just want to have a choice, and I don't feel like I had a choice with this decision. I understand it is scary. I've worked in the healthcare field most of my adult life, and I just feel like I needed a choice, and I didn't feel like I had one. That's it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marie Hanning. I have a 8th grader, and I also have an 11th grader. I would like to say my 8th grader has an IEP as well as a 504 plan. I could not thank his teachers enough. His teachers have been amazing. I have had emails at 8 p.m. at night from his teachers. We've been very blessed with his teachers. We do not have Wi-Fi in our home. Tech has been amazing with trying to get us hotspots, sending people out. It is currently not available. We pay $100 a month for UB-Fi, which is all that's available. It is not strong enough to stream any of the videos the teachers have attached or do Zoom. So what we have been forced to do is drive a half an hour away to have Wi-Fi. I don't know if any of you have children with ADHD. It's really hard to set a child in your car and do anything, let alone sit there for 3 to 4 hours to do classwork. I actually was outside the school one day on the phone, and my child thought it would be cool to open my Jeep and climb on the top of the roof. So that's what we've been dealing with. It's definitely been a struggle. And then you have to include the fact that you guys have a lot of low-income families here in this district, and I'm not meaning that in a negative way. I'm currently spending $50 to $70 a week on gas. I am lucky enough that I was able to not go back to work. I can stay home with my children. I have $70 a week that I can spend on gas. My husband works very hard, so we have that option. How many of your families don't have that option? How many people don't have a car? How many of them don't have somebody that's there to help them because they have to go to work? I would also like to say, I think it's amazing. I've seen so many people come up here and say, I graduated from here, I graduated from there. I didn't get to graduate. I got my GED at 20. Some of us don't really have parents, that are, super responsible. I worry for those children. I don't know if any of you guys have tried to find a job. It's really hard when you don't have a high school diploma. I'm so sorry. I just don't want to see any of our children here struggle. It's hard. I finally did get to go, get my GED at the age of 20. I went back to college 5 years later. It's hard. It is so hard. And I'm so happy for everybody in here that they have cars. I am so happy that everybody in here cares so deeply for their children. Not everybody has that. And I just hope that everybody up here will consider those children that their parents aren't here because they don't care. And I also do have a child that has asthma. She runs cross country. She has decided she's not comfortable running large meets. So she's had that option to sit out at the meets, but she would never tell the other children not to run. I feel that it goes the same way for school. I do understand not everybody wants to come here. I get that. I have high blood pressure. Like I said, I have a child with asthma. But I do think that so many children are going to be left behind because they don't have anybody who cares. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I had no intentions of speaking tonight. I just came to support everybody. But I thought that maybe you'd like to hear a perspective from a teacher from another school. I have 3 kids that go to school here. I have a junior and a senior and a second grader, and they're struggling. My senior goes every day to Tri-County. He hasn't had any issues. But my 16-year-old is babysitting every day. She's got her sister every day. She's feeding her. She's doing her homework with her. And then when I get home from work, I'm doing her homework with her. So we're busy all the time. But from the teacher perspective, I'm doing 2 cohorts. I have kids on Monday, Tuesday. I have different kids on Thursday, Friday. And then I have 5 kids that are online all week. And the first teacher, I don't know Miss Baker very well, but she's right. It's a nightmare. And I am drowning. And it is really hard. But I'll tell you, at the end of the day, I get to see my kids. They're all getting fed. And even though I am exhausted, every minute of it is worth it so that these kids are learning and are being treated with respect at school. I know that if they need socks, they're coming in and I'm able to give them socks. It's the little things for them that I know as a teacher and in my heart, it's not about learning all the time. It's about making sure these kids are safe. And I know that my kids are home and safe, but some of these kids aren't, and it's really, really scary for me. I can't imagine some of my Trimble kids not being able to come to school. That's really all I have to say. And if you want to pick my brain, I'm here. I'll give you some ideas.
Thank you.
My name's Jennifer Truex, and I have 2 kids that go to this school and one that graduated last year. I have a freshman and a senior. I'm not going to stand here and tell you guys why you should or shouldn't open school, but I am going to give you the effects of what I see as a parent with my children not being in school. I have 2 kids. Both of them have 504s. They're not being followed. They're struggling. But on top of the 504s is the reason they have a 504. They have anxiety, they have depression, they have frustration. And as a parent, when you're looking your child in the eye and telling them, I can't help you because your Chromebook is not working. I cannot help you because you can't turn this assignment in, but you're failing your class because I can't help you. First 2 weeks of school, my son couldn't get his computer to work and had to bring it back to the school to get it to work. So guess who's 2 weeks behind on his homework, but is failing classes because they're putting the grades in without him getting the help he needs. He has Zoom meetings. He goes to Zoom meetings. But is that really enough? The other effect is the mental health issue of what's going on. We are secluding our children from everything. I am lucky enough that I have 2 children that are able to play sports. But what about those children that aren't playing sports? What about those children that are not able to go to school and socialize or see their teachers? What about those children that are being abused at home, aren't fed, don't have clothes, don't have families? What about those kids that you're going to read in the paper because they committed suicide because they have nobody to stand up for them? They have nobody to give them the guidance that they need. They feel like they're nothing in society because they have nowhere to go, nowhere to learn, and nothing to make them feel positive. I have 2 children that are struggling with this mental health as well. I have 2 children that I see crying because they can't get their homework turned in, so they feel like failures because they're getting a failing grade. How is that? We are a school district that needs to have our children in school. We're setting our kids up for failure. Is that what we want? To set our kids up for failure? I understand that some kids can't come back to school. I understand that. But what about those that need us? What about those? I have a husband who is teaching, who is going to school every single day. I have a sister-in-law that is teaching, who is going to school every single day, and they have students in their classrooms. They do have COVID-positive cases, but they make it through. They are working as a team, they are working together, and those children are still in school. We need to put our kids back in school. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you guys doing? My name's Rhonda Wallace. I have 2 children, a freshman and a senior. I wasn't going to speak, but as I was sitting there, I put some thoughts down. So I will read this, but it's the only way that I'm not going to stand here and just mumble. So, a year ago, my family watched this community come together and support my family, one of our toughest times. And now I sit and I watch this community divided. I watch this community judging one another for people that don't have the same opinions as they do. We, as adults, need to be role models to our children, and we need to stop all of the, bickering and the, my opinion's better than yours. It's like the loudest voice wins, and that needs to stop. We need to do what's best for our children. I understand that many are thriving remotely, but I also know that many are struggling. We as a family have upgraded to the best internet that we possibly can get where we are. And yet we're still yelling at each other literally daily to turn off any device connected to the Wi-Fi so that we can be on our Zoom meeting. I work from home. That's great. I still have a job to do, but I still am there to help them, which I am very grateful for. But we are literally every day telling each other, turn off your devices because we need to do our schoolwork. I hear parents say that Zoom interaction with their classmates are helping them stay connected, when just yesterday my son was the only person, the only student on that Zoom meeting. To him as a freshman, he is struggling. It's a list of assignments where he checks the box. He's not learning. I'm not saying this is the teacher's fault. They're trying. I've spoke to many teachers. Huge shout out to Mark Rice, his staff. Without them, I don't know if everyone understands what he does to make this happen. Every time I'm here, he's here. Mark, thank you for everything that you do. There are so many kids here that don't have the voice. They don't have anyone here to support them like many of us do, like many other parents. We're here, we're able to feed our children, we're able to help them when we need to, when they need help, we're able to support them. What about all those children that we've not come in contact with? What about all those children that have not picked up what they needed yet? I asked both of my children what they wanted. They both want school. They understand it's going to be different. We're a very honest family. We're very honest with our children, to fault by most people, okay? I'm very honest with them. They know it's going to be different. It's not going to be normal, but they want school. Last meeting, this board, and I am a coach, and this is not against sports, but at the last meeting, as a board, you voted that athletics could continue because parents had a choice, because the coaches and the athletes were doing what they needed to do to make it work. I know I stand there, I take my girls' temperatures. I'm the cheer coach, in case anyone's not aware of that. We travel to games, we do everything we need to do. You commented, like I said, how well we follow those rules. If you give the opportunity to return to school, if you give these parents and these children a choice, I bet they'll follow the rules. They want to be here. They don't want to be at home. They want to be here in person. As a coach over the years, I've seen the importance of sports and extracurricular activities. I've seen it as an escape for many children. They come to practice because it's something for them to do to get out of their rough home life. Kids need interaction, they need structure, and they need friends. And for most kids, not every kid's in sports. It happens at school. It happens with all these other activities that happen here at school. I trust our administration, our teachers, and our custodians to offer a safe environment. What I ask is that you ask the community, ask the parents what they want, give them the choice to return, and if it's not safe for their family, offer the resources to stay remote. But most importantly, give everyone a choice. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Julie Jones, and like many, I didn't have any plans to get up here and talk, but when I was leaving today, getting ready to go to my job after here, my daughter was still finishing up some trumpet practice, and I told her I'd stop at this meeting, and she lit up, and she's, I told her, hey, I might go to this meeting, and I'll be later getting home tonight, and she, that's okay, because she wants her opinion heard too, and she wants to be back in school like so many others. She, you know, we live out in the middle of nowhere, and I love that we don't have internet. I love that we don't have TV. I love that, like, that is part of the draw. I'm from up by Cleveland, and that's part of the draw of this area is that she can be outside playing, but you know, with these last couple of weeks, I know everybody's doing their best, you know, that they can, but you know, she's been sitting in front of a computer until 7, 8, I mean, to figure it all out, just to sit there and do it has been a lot, and it goes against all my brain, you know, like, why are we sitting at a computer all day long and missing out on life and interactions? And so I just want to be one of the voices heard that those that can be here safely, you know, should be, and on that note too, I struggle with the fear of COVID. I mean, we have so many fears in life, and why that shut everything down. I know people struggle. I know there are deaths. I know there are hard things for people with this, but the fact that it's shut down so much, I don't agree with, and I am not alone on that. I have talked to lots of people that are also in that too, and so to get our schools back, I think is important. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name's Jared Moser. This is my wife, Carissa, and we have 3 children attending Alexander, Lila, Eva, and Ashton. They're in 7th, 5th, and 2nd grades. Each of our children start off here at Alexander, but for a variety of reasons, we actually pulled them out and homeschooled them for a little while, so we have a little bit of a different perspective. However, our goal always was really to get our kids back into the school system. Last year, Lila came back, and this year, we had already planned to enroll Ashton and Eva. We know what a good education looks like. My wife has been working with them for multiple years through multiple grade levels. Our kids have all excelled and are beyond where they need to be from an educational standpoint. Whether or not I agree with all the decisions that have been made, I would like to be clear that I respect the board and I respect the superintendent. I love and respect teachers. My mom is a teacher as well as many of my family members. What I can tell you, as has been voiced here tonight, is that this virtual environment has been a mess. If you're a parent with 1 child, it's probably manageable, but when you have 3 kids with multiple teachers, and ours have at least 13, it's extremely difficult. My children are sometimes spending part of their Saturday to get their work done, even when they have worked all week long. I want to make it clear that I do not blame the teachers. I believe that they are doing their best. We've lucked out with some of the best teachers here at Alexander. But each teacher does things differently. There's different ways of communicating, different ways of the students getting their assignments, different ways of turning in their work, etc. A lot of their work is busy work, and I'm not certain, honestly, that my children are really learning. Some students can thrive in a virtual environment, but we know from studies that most children don't. This is becoming more and more evident by the experts since COVID. Our governor hosted 3 experts in the field, all pediatric physicians, that adamantly expressed the view that students should be returning to in-person education. As a person that comes into contact with physicians, nurse practitioners, and nurses, etc. daily, I can tell you that the majority of them, at least in the southeastern Ohio area, are perfectly comfortable with their children being in school 5 days a week. I understand how difficult these times are, but at the last board meeting, it seemed like you guys made decisions based on a lot of what-ifs. Leadership often requires making hard decisions. You must do what's best for the kids. Keeping them locked up in a virtual setting is not best for most of them. It might work for some, but not all of them, for a multitude of reasons. That's why many of us are asking for an in-person option for our children to be in school for emotional, social, and educational reasons. I fully support those teachers that may need to utilize time off if they have a comorbidity or something like that. I also support other parents having an option for their children to engage in virtual learning if they feel the need. That being said, within my entire network of friends and acquaintances, the overwhelming majority of us want an in-person 4 or 5 days a week option for our kids. Your role as a board, per your own commitment in writing, is to listen to the staff and the community. That is your commitment. This is the reality in southeastern Ohio. Within an hour from this area, there are 3 schools doing totally virtual learning. There are 6 that are doing blended, which is 2 to 4 days, and there are 22 schools doing 5 days a week. There were 6 schools I couldn't get a hold of. If they can do it, then why can't we make it work? I know that we can. We have some of the best here. I do appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to add one thing about a third-party education system. As my husband mentioned, our middle daughter especially has been homeschooled for the last 4 years, and we used a third-party online system, and she thrived. These people who, I respect every single teacher in here and this fun time we've had the last few weeks, but these people who develop these online systems are experts. They know what they're doing. It is easy to navigate. My daughter could do it all by herself for the last 4 years. It is cohesive. It is simpler than simple. And so it may not work for every child, but I'm telling you, if your child is doing well online now, they will do even better using these expert educational systems. I know that a lot of people want to be able to use Alexander teachers, of course, for online work, but that just may not be plausible right now. There's only so much time in the day for these poor teachers. And so just maybe also some encouragement for parents that may be looking at having to do that this year, just to ride out the whole COVID thing, that it is possible. And in my daughter's experience, it was 1,000,000 times easier than the virtual learning we've been doing the last 3 weeks. So that's it.
Thank you. Just a quick note, we have 2 speakers on deck. After these 2, we're going to take a short 10-minute break just to get up and stretch, and then we'll reconvene.
Hello.
Hi.
First, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I also was not planning to speak. I was just jotting down my ideas, so bear with me. My name is Mindy Dixon. I am actually a nurse practitioner in the emergency department, so I have kind of a interesting perspective of all this. And I'm also a parent, and I really want to speak to you mostly as a parent. I have a very mixed view of both options, going back and also remaining online, and that is because I have two children, both in high school. I would like to also acknowledge to other people that there is a difference too between the issues that you may have if you have an elementary school child and a high school child. Like, I respect that everybody's saying what everyone's saying. I also acknowledge that even amongst my two children, my view is very different. My 10th grader is playing sports. He is very capable of doing the online learning independently. He doesn't like it, but he's still getting an opportunity to socialize with his friends at sports, so he's doing okay, like, given the entire situation. My 9th grader is the one I worry about a little more. He's his first year in high school. He has a 504 plan. That 504 plan was never developed with virtual learning in mind, so none of the issues that he is having are specifically addressed in the 504 plan. I did not have a guidance counselor or anybody reach out to me about the 504 plan with the exception of one teacher. Now, that said, when I did reach out to the teachers independently, they all did respond to me, but even then, it's challenging to try to figure out what modifications need to be made to help him. Really, my statement is more about kind of the what-ifs, so that those of us who are trying to make a decision based on whatever you decide, if you decide you're going to go back, or if you decide you're going to stay online or not offer online teachers with Alexander, so that we can try to have information to make those decisions. And that's kind of where I feel like I am. It's just that I understand it's going to be one or the other, but even looking at that return plan, some places I just don't see like information that I would need to make a decision. So specifically as a parent, I brought this up, I had a meeting with Ms. Baker today. We had a great conversation, it was like an hour long, and she was like, wow, I never thought about that. So if, for example, we are not using Alexander teachers to do any portion of the online, then what happens, for example, if there is an exposure in a classroom that is deemed an exposure where children need to isolate for some reason, and those children are isolating at home, and that teacher, so let's take Ms. Baker, for example, she's isolating, so she can go remote for 14 days or whatever to teach her class, and kids who are in the building could be in her classroom, doing their work in the classroom. But what happens if my son's at home and he can do her class, but then what about all of his other classes that are continuing to go on in person? Like, how are we, I guess I want to see some details specific to how we're going to address those scenarios, because at some point there will be a case somewhere and those things are going to fall into place. So just as a parent, having a little bit more information to try to decide what's best for my kids, and also wondering if that isn't a circumstance where, because I do feel like a big concern for a lot of parents who want to be remote is they want the Alexander teachers. They don't want a third party, and I respectfully appreciate if someone has experience with it, that was great. But for some of these kids, they're socialized with their classmates, they are comfortable with their teacher, and to go to some entirely different thing may just increase their traumatic experience. So if there are teachers who don't feel comfortable, is there an opportunity to allow those teachers to do the online and allow teachers who are comfortable being in the building to do in-person instruction? My statement is more of questions that I would hope that, and again, I haven't heard anything from any of you confirming that no, Alexander teachers aren't going to be teaching online at all, and it's going to be a third party. So I don't even know at this point what's just rumors that people heard or what's fact. So I guess I'm just looking more for clarification on some of those points, and hopefully you guys will be able to give that to us tonight or in the very immediate future before we as parents have to make a decision what's best for our family. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to first just ask if you guys know the results from the survey that went out last night, the phone survey.
For the high school, we had 510 responses, 345 in-person attendance, 153 online learning only. That's 68% in-person, 30% online, and there's some people that hit random buttons.
Yeah, I know, it was kind of challenging to understand.
I think one of those were my recordings, when I tried to have it repeat, but that might have been me. The elementary, we have 374 responses. Out of that 374, 245 for in-person, 123 for online. So we got 66% to 33%, and then a couple more just random pushes.
Okay. I also just want to point out that I did submit an open records request yesterday. I was just curious about the enrollment numbers because I think that is important for us to know when we make decisions about how we're going to open up a school. And through that open records request, which thank you, Aaron, for providing me the information. Sorry, I'm nervous. 759 students are enrolled in in-person instruction, and 508 chose remote learning. I think that's pretty significant that we made a decision to choose online learning for 759 students. Personally, in my house, internet is a huge challenge. I appreciate the school's efforts. They've had somebody come out and check for internet service. It wasn't successful. They've sent me a hotspot. It's roaming inside. If it's outside, it gets a little bit of signal, but one person can use it. We have 4 kids. We spend many hours a week in the parking lot. We've identified a couple hotspots in the parking lot. Between the elementary and the cafeteria, it's a good spot. And the bus garage works well. The rest of it, hit or miss. And I do want to applaud the technology department because you guys have been great. So in my house, I have a freshman. I have a 5th grader. I have to go down the roll here. A 3rd grader and a 1st grader. They're home alone during the day because we have to work. I'm a nurse. My husband works. We're outside of the home. I hear people talk about how their kids are thriving with remote learning, and I think that's awesome. And I'm super happy that it's working for some people. I'm glad they're making connections with their teachers. I'm glad they're connecting with their classmates. My kids haven't done either. They haven't participated in a Zoom meeting. It doesn't work. They're not getting those connections. Hold on, my phone just blacked out on me. I took a few notes, but I didn't want to go through the whole thing. I can't ask my 14-year-old to help the younger kids, so we pick them up in the evenings. We go to Shade when we can get there before the bus leaves. If we can't, we come to Albany. It's super, super challenging. And my kids don't come from a vulnerable home. I can't imagine how difficult it is for those students. They're suffering from anxiety, depression, fears, worries, frustrations. Thankfully, my son plays sports, and that's been an outlet for him, and it has given him some life back. But the rest of them are struggling. And I don't know how to help them. What am I supposed to do? We try to work through the challenges. The teachers have been great. I applaud the teachers. They've reached out to me. We've tried. None of this is fair to anyone. It's not fair to the teachers to be put in the crossfire. It's not fair to the bus drivers who are sitting at the hot spots all day long, dealing with frustrated kids and parents. It's not fair to the non-certified staff whose job duties are ever changing. It's not fair to the administration team who's constantly changing direction. It's not fair to the parents who are struggling, but it's most importantly, not fair to our kids. Our kids deserve an opportunity to return to school. They're smart, they're resilient, they're strong, and they'll follow the rules. Give them a chance to come to school and get the education they deserve. Find a compromise that meets the needs of all of your students. Bring our Spartan community back together. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. If you want to address the board, we will reconvene at 9:20 sharp. We good, Mark? Okay. Ms. Ball, you have the floor. Hold on just a second. Mark, we don't have any podium. Try now.
You got it, Mark?
There we
Yes, you
go.
got it. I'm sort of backing up Missy Baker, since she's teaching the subject that I used to teach. And Lucy, to answer the question you asked Missy, sure, it'd be nice to get Missy help, but they don't know biology like Missy does. And, you know, it'd be hard for her to teach them the biology and then have them help her. So that, I don't think, would work very good. We, on this staff here at Alexander, now I've been gone 23 years, but there's a lot of staff members who were here when I was here. And I know what it was like when I was here. We didn't have this Zoom. We didn't have computers. We didn't have all this stuff that Mark works with. So some of that staff is having a terrible time with this. And I could name some of the people that are having an awful time with this online stuff because they're having to learn that plus put their subjects online. I know it's hard for parents because they're trying to teach their kids at home. The kids don't always listen to the parents like they listen to their teachers. Teachers can seem to get more attention from the kids than sometimes the parents can. We have a lot, in this day and age, grandparents that are taking care of grandkids. They don't know the Chromebook. I don't even know what that is myself. They don't know the computer and that kind of thing. And of course, from what I'm saying, you can see I think the kids should be in school. I don't know how the shop teacher, the VOAG teacher, the PE teacher, Missy in the labs, how they're doing it. You got that hands-on thing. Kids are going to Tri-County because they have the hands-on. They need that hands-on, and we have the classes here that also need the hands-on. People at risk are people like me. I'm old. People tell me, I mean, I don't think I am, but people tell me I'm old. And of course, some of these people around here I've had in school. I try to watch what I do. And I think people say the little kids, the kindergartners, won't wear the mask. I see more little kids out with masks on than I see some of the adults. So I think if they're taught that at home, they're going to do it. But I think, and I know you two have children with disabilities, think something can be worked out. But I think it's important that the kids be back in school.
Thanks, Ms. Ball.
My name's Maddie Smart. I'm a junior in Alexander School, and I would literally never do anything like this, like I'm shaking. So I understand that these times are tough, and everyone has different reasons for it, and it is hard. However, if everyone is looking up for a future, we might not even have a future if we or our families get sick. I get decent grades, and while my mom is out risking her life, I'm doing my homework and helping my sister with hers. Yes, she has ADHD. Yes, she struggles. We both do. I'd rather have to put more effort in than expose my elderly family that we take care of to sickness. Why is putting other people's lives in danger just for us to go back to school more important than putting other people's lives in health first? It is a lot of work. There will be complications for either outcome, and yes, if it was safe, I would rather go back to school, but it's not. It is the best way for us to get our education, but as we are about to go back into the red, I would rather choose to keep my family safe than go back to school just because it's normal and what people are more comfortable with. I understand that we have a choice to go back to school or do online, but I want these teachers that are making learning fun, they're making it exciting, And even if it's on Zoom, it's different than if we were going to do a third party, you know? That's all.
Thank you so much. Well done.
So I'm really curious how well you can hear me behind this mask. I think it's pretty good. Okay, so I'm Angie Sanders, and I really am just up here to tell you what my kids want. They're actually doing well at home. They actually are kind of getting along better with each other. They get their schoolwork done different times of the day. Sometimes Abby's doing it on her way to cheer at Parkersburg. Sometimes she's doing it when she's supposed to be doing it. So they would be fine, but when I ask them what they want to do, and they well know the risks, very well aware of the risks, but they want to come back to school. Abby even says she would sign a waiver so she could sit with her friends in the cafeteria. So anyhow, so they want to come to school, they want to interact, and they even said that even though they're doing fine online, they feel like they would actually be better educated in person. They would learn more and retain it more and do better that way. The other thing that worries me is that every once in a while, Abby will say, "Mom, what about those kids that don't have anybody to help them? Or the ones that don't have people to take care of them?" So she is aware of that, and I know it worries her like it worries all of us. So I think overwhelmingly, we just all want people to have a choice. A lot of people want to go back, and there are other people who want to stay home. And if there's a way you can work it out with the teachers, put your heads together and just give people a choice, I think that's what everybody overwhelmingly is asking for.
Thank you, Angie.
Hi, my name is Kim Stewart. I have a fourth grader and a kindergartner. They are really upbeat, positive kids, and even throughout this time, they still remain to be pretty upbeat. I'm worried about how long that will last and what most of this will look like, what this looks like for our family, but even for a lot of other families. So my husband and I both work full-time. Getting home in the evenings, so far it's been okay doing schoolwork until bedtime, but I don't know for how long I'm okay with that, because I'm not okay only really spending valuable time with my family on the weekends. I'm not okay with my kids not seeing outside or sunshine until the weekends. So and for even their emotional health. They're great, but for how long does this continue till they're not okay? I have heard that, there's a lot of families that are really, really struggling with all this, and, it is just in the first weeks. Maybe we figure some things out, but there's already several families that are completely non-responsive at all, and even families that are very dedicated to their child's education. When I start to see my children struggle emotionally, I'm like going to tap out, like we're just going to be absent every Wednesday, or, and even for families that are really devoted and feel that this is really highly important, it's not more important than their emotional sanity. We also have slower internets. We have the best that we could get. We really struggled getting internet. It was like our last, we were really happy without internet, but due to everything, we kind of had to get it. And yeah, there are definitely times that the videos are taking way too long, and I'm like, just don't watch it. Luckily, my sons haven't outpassed my own personal education yet. I feel bad for the families who that is the case. I still can kind of guide them through what they're needing to learn. But then there's also things where, because of the slow internet, and Google Classroom is great on several aspects. It saves the work as they go. To me, it hasn't been really challenging to navigate, but the time it takes to like get into every single classroom, then the time it takes to get to open up another document, then the time it takes then to go to like where the classwork is, and then you go to like this one particular thing. If everything takes like 3 to 5 minutes, you're spending 20 minutes just seeing what you're supposed to do before you even get started on what you're actually doing. It also sends an email every time someone comments, every time a new classwork is updated, which I know somebody else had hinted to the mass amount of emails. We have kind of just stopped checking them because of the obscenity of, a small child getting online and having like 30 to 60 emails.
I don't want to ruin your train of thought there, but
Yeah.
Mark, there is a way to turn off automatic notifications on Google Classroom, because I've heard that a couple times. Is there a way we could make a video or something online? Because I've heard that several times. There's a way to turn off those automatic, and so you're not getting flooded with 67 emails
Yeah,
when they all get posted. So that's something that everybody should know.
yeah, and that would
Thank
be
you.
super helpful. And I think that for all families, because then they wouldn't be getting mass amounts of email, and the email that they got would actually be valuable. Or there's sometimes where I feel really bad for my 4th grader because he's so devoted and he's such a rule follower, and I'm not. So, there'll be some homework that's taking him forever just because the time of like answering a question and like filling in like a square with a certain color, and then waiting for that to actually like download when he like knew the answer, and then doing the next square. And to me, I've kind of told him that I am perfectly fine with him dedicating a half an hour to an assignment, and if it's taking longer than that, then we move on, and I'll just send the teacher an email saying it took over a half hour and I told him to stop. He's not comfortable with that, so he might spend an hour and 40 minutes on one assignment because he just can't let himself break that rule. And this is for a family that has internet, so I can't fathom the hotspots, the times that they're available with work hours, that ever being feasible. I can't imagine trying to come here after, and sometimes, or single parent homes, or if like hours are shifting, some parents might not actually be available to come, or without bringing all of their if they have like 2-year-olds and infants for hours, then are they coming at like to a hot spot somewhere at like 10 at night till like midnight or something just to try to download the next day's work? For our family, we are very fortunate in having people that can watch our children, but so many families aren't. The childcare expense that comes with that was completely unplanned for. The time away from work, or people that have had to quit work, the longer lasting devastations to families that is kind of stemming from this that may not surpass or survive an longer extended period of time. I also just think that in almost anything in life, we should have the freedom of having choices. That these are my children, and not that I am negating the risk. I accept it. I know it's there. I kind of border on the line of risk, more risk than benefit than probably the average person on most things. And so it would come to no surprise that on this I probably would as well, as far as attending school versus not. I understand that my 5-year-old, there might be times when, he's figured out his mask can be used as a slingshot, and his teacher has to give him several reminders that day that his mask needs to stay on his face. I also really feel for the teachers that are strapped between this time and wanting to do a good job and wanting to devote everything they have, because they really do care, not just about the children that are in present or the children that are virtual, but they really do care about both, and they really want the best education for both sides. I, however, don't think that because teachers are strapped for time, that then the result of that is to put onto families. I think that responsibility goes to administration, and hearing families' concerns, hearing that teachers are being too strapped, and figuring it out. There are other options. There are ways to, I think, problem solve this. But it shouldn't necessarily rely on us turning parents against teachers in this debate or argument of how to get back to school. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Heidi Smart. I want everybody to realize that our numbers are going up. We are probably going to be in the red tomorrow. Yes, people should have a choice, but for a choice for some of us is for our kids to stay home to keep them safe. And part of that choice is Alexander. We want our kids to be able to have what the other kids who could come back have, Alexander teachers. It is not fair to take that away from them when they've been, I have one junior and one that's 7th grade. Give them the option, give us the option for my child to stay home and do learning at home with an Alexander teacher. I work in a place where we teach kids we have kids who are staying home that don't have internet. We send the packets that we would do with the kids at school home to them. Or online, the ones that we have online, they get our online time or they get packets if they can't get online. We have kids we call every single day and talk to a parent. Do you have problems? What do you need? How can we help you? We are there a long time. Our other teachers are there a long time. Staff is dedicated, and I'm not saying staff here aren't dedicated, but there's a way to figure out how to make sure my child, her child, whoever's other child who wants to continue to stay home and be safe, because we have health problems in my family, that I want my kids to stay home with an Alexander teacher. It is not fair for me to want to keep my kids safe and have to choose an online bullcrap. And I'm sorry, that's how I feel about if this is a third-rate whatever and it was a terrible option before, it's a terrible option now. Alexander teachers are great teachers. My kids love their teachers. My nieces, my nephews love their teachers. If we need them to stay home, they need to stay home. But give us the option, just like you're going to give the parents the option to come to school, their kids to come to school, give us the option to keep our Alexander teachers. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else before we move forward? Okay, if the board would allow me some flexibility so that we can help the audience out, does everyone mind if we just jump to the recommendation from the superintendent and then we'll get to the regular business after that? Is that fine with everybody? You want more time? Okay. Unless someone objects, let's get to the task at hand. So we have a recommendation from the superintendent for the Board of Education to approve the option for a school-based learning model and home-based learning model during the second 9 weeks of the 2020-21 school year and return to school on Plan A 5 days a week. Now it's time for us, I guess, to comment, so I'll open up the floor.
I'll go ahead, Jay.
Thanks for taking debate.
Sure, yeah, I'm easy, right? I don't have a comment right off the bat. What I'd like to know is we've heard a few questions already. By the way, Mrs. Ball, can you hear me this time? Okay, I got chastised for that. We've heard a few questions already from the community of what does the day look like? What are we actually voting on and putting out there? So I'd like for the indulgence of a couple minutes of Mrs. Douglas kind of walking us through. When we had to vote whether or not to go remote, there were things that were clear that we were not able to meet in our requirements. So I'd just like to get out of the way. Let's hear what is different. What's got us in a position now where we've met the requirements. And I realize all of us up here have had a little bit of foresight into this, because we've met with the administration and we've heard some of this information, but the folks out here have not. So I think it'd be worthwhile taking a few minutes just to walk through what it is we're actually talking about doing, what the proposal actually is, and how we've bridged those gaps that we had before, so that way most of the information that we have been privy to is available to everyone else.
Good evening. We're at 9:40 p.m. First of all, I want to say to my staff, administration, teachers, non-certified staff, you've done a tremendous job over the past, let's go clear back to March. Since March, we've been thrown a curveball. You have redesigned public education. You've worked day and night, hours away from your family. You're trying to reach every child in Alexander. You've done a tremendous job. It hasn't been easy. I know some of you are tired and beat down, and where are we going from here? But we haven't given up. We are in a pandemic. We're trying to do what's best for children. And I just really appreciate everything our staff has done. And parents, thank you for being patient with us. This is tough. We live in Southern Appalachia. The infrastructure is not here for technology, sad to say, but it is not here. Mark and the technology department have done a tremendous job trying to reach every student. Where do we go from here? I've got notes and pages. I could speak for 3 hours on how do you reopen a school. But we had some unanswered questions in August. The administrative staff has worked diligently. I know the teaching staff has some questions, but Melissa and Lee, Rich and Brian are putting their building plans together. Yes, kids will have recess. Yes, kids will have a mask break. We are building those things in. We want some normalcy for our children during the day, even if it's 4 days a week, some normalcy, but in a safe manner. PPE, we have a whole list of PPE. We have everything in stock. Brian's like, Lindy, we're ready to go. 15,000 disposable adult masks, 400 face shields, 1,000 gloves in each box. We constantly have PPE coming in. The busing is ready to go. The temperature taking is ready to go. We've got pages of notes. But what the administration did is they came to me. I said, where are we at? Is what we are doing working? Are you meeting the needs of the children? Are you meeting the needs of the IEP students? What about our state mandates? We've got a lot of testing coming up. Elementary, it's due by September 30th, and then we roll into the 3rd grade guarantee. We have to have those kids in the building for that. Melissa's worked hard on how do we get these kids in the building, begin testing, evaluations, ETRs. We have plans in place. We are asking to come back 5 days a week. Butts in seats, those of you who choose to stay home. We will go with a remote learning model through Edison Learning or Eduseer as a platform, but we will also back that up with Alexander employees who will be the facilitators. For the 6 through 12 unit, we will post 4 supplementals for math, science, social studies, and English, and connect you with our staff to help support you on those platforms. Kindergarten through 5th grade, our intention is if you stay home, Mrs. Guffey will divide the class loads up, and we should have an online instructor for each grade level, K-5. 6-12, it gets much more difficult. Right now, we do not feel we can do that. But it doesn't mean we won't work towards it. We have a lot more conversations to have with the teachers' union and teachers, teaching staff who feel that they can handle that load. So that is my recommendation, to come back 5 days a week, make school life as normal as possible for children, give them the supports that they need, and home-based learning will be with Edison or Eduseer, along with our teachers supporting that platform.
I have a question, Lindy. Have you been in contact with Federal Hawking? Because I talked with a teacher there, and for the past 2 weeks, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, they've had IEP students in the building checking in with them. And this week, today, they brought in students who are having a hard time with Chromebooks. I thought I was pretty clear in my comments that while we voted for remote learning, we were not voting to keep the kids, if they needed help, whether with technology or special needs, out of this building. Kids are in the gym. I don't understand why we weren't planning earlier and having kids in the building when so many parents have gone through 3 weeks of very difficult time. And FedHawk is doing it.
If you want a response, Lucy, we've always encouraged students to come into the building, but I think right now your staff is completely overloaded, getting remote learning up and running, doing it efficiently, and then meeting state mandates, requirements, planning for all the testing coming in. We're 3 weeks into this. We encourage that. It may still happen. I know Mrs. Guffey is working on getting students in for testing. I've talked to several teachers and said, if you need to get the kids in the building, you have my backing.
I don't mind. I don't mind being the one to take this first swing at this thing. All right, I don't want anybody here to feel like they just said their piece and say, go home. So I've tried to take notes on anything when people said something new. I try to go back to it. First thing I want to do is thank the 2 students. It's very brave to stand up in front of everybody. You said junior? Well done. I'm shaking up here. I don't know if you guys can see it. Well done. And RJ on the Skype or whatever, I don't even, Zoom, I don't know what we were using there. But well done. Couple of things that quick things that I've just wanted to put down. You know, people talk about sports. There are a couple of athletic coaches here. Sports had a 2-month head start before they opened. That's essentially what this slow opening allowed us to do, is exactly model what the sports was able to do. Have a 2-month head start of training to do this right, working to do this right. As we saw tonight, and I don't know if anybody was noticing, one of the things that we have to do is get people to wear their masks. How many people walked up to the mic and took their mask down? In fact, if somebody, based on, I don't know if I'm breaking some type of rule here, but my wife was one of the teachers that were quarantined at the school with students not in it. And that caused me to get kicked out of my office at Ohio University. So my wife and I have been living the quarantine life with 4 people on internet learning and a 4-year-old next week that we had to keep busy. So I know, I get the struggle full on. So I understand the fear and I understand the wants. You know, I've kind of made it clear to everybody up here that my want from day one was kids in in the building. I want from day one was, honest to God, Plan C, because it allowed for social distancing, and everybody, I thought it was a compromise. But at the end of the day, this is about education. 2 months ago, what I heard was we were afraid that Plan C wouldn't be allowed to effectively educate from the building. We weren't able to effectively educate from the building under Plan C, which is why I decided to vote Plan D, even though that is not what I wanted. What I wanted was an education, and the building, from the discussions we had, I heard that the most effective education came down to Plan C, or Plan D, excuse me. I am concerned about people talking about this feeling of the fun hallways of Alexander. As you can see, this is not your typical board meeting. It's not going to be our typical day of school. I have concerns about what that's going to look like. What else we got here? Following the policies. We've seen it here. At the same time, there was comment about Walmart and nurses and essential workers. When in Walmart or when in the nursing staff, do you have people just sitting around for hours on end? Because that's what the school day is going to be. So trying to compare those things to teachers is completely different. So give the teachers a break. They're working their tails off. I've seen, personally, I have a child who's in first grade and third grade, and I've seen what those teachers are sending home, and it's phenomenal. I've been doing online teaching in one shape or form or the other since 2007. I couldn't pull that off. Well done. And I know one individual parent that fought tooth and nail about Plan D and now is wanting to stay Plan D because she gave it a shot. I'm just afraid of what normal as possible is going to be, and we're not giving this thing a shot. Bringing students into the building was part of the Plan D all along. And that was part of sports, was part of that slow opening. I don't know if it's a failure up here, a failure at the administration level, a failure at the teaching level, student level. I don't know what the failure was at. But the failure to get the students in was somewhere, and it probably is a little bit of everywhere. But the goal of this at the end of the day is to work as a community and come together to educate our kids to the best that we can, as safe as we can. Not fight and bicker over who's right and who's wrong. You put any logical statement at this, what we are in right now, you're going to come up short. Because when people are trying to say, if we don't come back in person, I'm leaving. The next person will stand up. I got about 37 emails in the past 2 days of, if we do come back, I'm leaving. We got to stop threatening and start working and compromising together to find a plan that works for as many people as possible. And on that note, I do want to make clear that EduSeer is not free. What I heard yesterday in a meeting was it's $1,000 per student to do EduSeer. And if we did the raw math, and I was just trying to extrapolate out, because we only need EduSeer for the grades junior high on up, 6 through 12. Roughly, that would be roughly 200 students. That's $200,000 that we would spend to do a third party. And I would like us as a district to think about, do we want to invest that $200,000 into a third party, or do we want to come up with an idea, a plan, a situation where we can incentivize and invest into our community that $200,000 that keeps our students in our curriculum with our teachers. before we go off and say that we are going with EduSeer and going to back it up with supplementals, I want to look at that $200,000 that we want to invest in EduSeer and say, do we want to invest it in us? And that is a compromise. Teachers, if we can get to, I don't know, Aaron, $200,000. Can I get 2 full-time employees on $200,000? Yeah.
I've seen it in the past with Rhonda Wallace's daughter. When she couldn't come to school, they did a Zoom meeting.
Zoom bot, the robot. Yeah. I
Yeah.
heard all, yeah.
Don't they have those in all the classrooms?
That's what I'm going at.
The board, the smart boards? Can they not Zoom on those? And the teachers already have the curriculum sent to the students so they can be in the classroom live.
Now,
So they can interact in class, but not be in class.
I'm with you. I am 100% with you in that comment, and that's why I'm saying that we've got to compromise. There are things, let's be honest here, people, there are attacks all over the internet. Left and right, there are attacks, people going after teachers. Our own building going after our own building.
Well,
on
I'm not trying to
Facebook.
go after teachers or after the building or anything. I'm just saying,
Because
instead of that, it would be, they'd be in the classroom, they can interact with the teacher live, like they do the Zoom meetings we have, and they can go from classroom to classroom. Zooming.
I'm with you. I'm getting to that because I know some of the concerns of that is when you broadcast out, people can throw things on the internet and say, look at what this and look at what that. And there are some real concerns of that. And so we have to compromise together as a group, figure out a plan. Maybe that will work. Maybe it won't. What I'm telling you is we have $200,000 that we're willing to invest in EduSeer. Maybe it costs us nothing. Maybe we come up with a plan that costs us nothing. But we have $200,000 and those already in the room. You're absolutely correct. Can we come up with a plan that works for everybody, that keeps our Alexander teachers at home with our, not Alexander teachers at home, but the going home? Yeah, I think there is a way to work it out. Will it take time to work it out? Yes. We have 4.5 weeks to compromise, come together as a community and find a place that we can all be unhappy. Not everybody happy, all right? However you want to say that, you know, when everybody's compromising. Because when you're going to be up, your students are going to be there, there's some things in that go on in that classroom. Your child's in that classroom. They're going to be broadcast out. There are some issues that are involved with this that we have to take a good, hard look at. We can't just say it's going to work. But what I'm saying is, instead of them saying right now we're going to invest $200,000 in EduSeer, why don't we take a good, hard look and say we're either going to take $200,000 and look at invested in EduSeer if we can't find a plan that works. Your plan might be it, what you're suggesting. But we have to work together, teachers, staff, students, parents that want their kids in, parents that want their kids out. Instead of yelling at each other, we got to work together at a plan that works. And that's what I'm saying. The capabilities are there. But if it costs us nothing, great. We saved $200,000.
Yeah, I was just thinking because it would make the parents happy that want their children at home, and it would make the parents happy that want to send their kids to school. It's a good, everybody wins.
But you also have the, I don't know if Missy Baker's still here. You also have the digitizing of all the assignments that you have to do, which I think is a good idea anyway, so you're not transferring paper and all that other jazz. But,
Yeah.
so there are some added there are some added difficulties along that road. I want to tease those out before we give up. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, if we're willing to invest $200,000 into EduShare, let's hold off on that and work towards a plan that could possibly work. Let's say we can't come up with a plan. Okay, I'm willing to settle, saying we couldn't make it work. But teachers are saying that it's too hard to do both. As if somebody trying to do it, I can tell you it's really difficult. It's extremely difficult trying to handle doing in-person and online. But teachers only have a certain amount of time in a day. Missy Baker's presentation laid it out there. She's got to take 48 hours or something like that and turn it into 10 hours. So is there ways that we can get that together?
But also what I'm saying, because when I went to school here, I did like student teaching in the elementary, and I did a lot of the copying. But what if the teacher, like they kept the computers, and instead of doing the touching of the paper, passing it out, they still have like the computer right there to fill out all their work. So that she only has to upload it one time, and then she can send it through the computer to where everybody gets it.
That's a possibility. The feasibility, that might be something completely different. I don't know those details. That's what I'm saying. We got to tease that out.
Yeah, I was just meaning as in that way she's not, the teacher's not having to do the online kids and kids at school. It's just basically uploading one paper and sending it to all of them at the same time in the class.
Right, there's a lot of benefits to that. And at the same, you're still going to have hardships. How do you do labs? You got to be creative, right? And so there are a lot of things within that we have to tease out.
Yeah.
Blake, one of the things, here we're talking a lot of details, and I'm one of the first people that's like, okay, something's wrong, how can we fix it? I agree with Blake about reinvesting the money in our community instead of in EduServe. Our teachers are better than the online box thing. I don't want to sit here and solve an individual problem. I think it'd be probably better, after we decide what we're going to do, to get a group of parents together and talk amongst yourselves about what's working, what's not. Get the teachers together. They figure out what's working and what's not. My husband teaches. He does the online videos all the time. He sits there and lectures 2 hours on algorithms. But, let's get groups of people together who have direct experience of what's going on, figure out what works, figure out what's the rub, and then come together and look at what things might look like. So, back to you, Blake.
That's my last highlight there. I'm saying, I don't know what the exact plans are. I don't know if you're waiting for an answer.
I was just trying to point out an obvious one.
Mm-hmm.
I know, but there's so many details to it. I don't know all the details, all the nuances. I'm not teaching in this building. I'm not an administrator in this building. What I'm saying is, instead of taking that money and voting to put it in, invest that money now, I think we hold off on investing and saying that we are going EduShare. I say we look at the options of what we can do. What those options would look like, what those details would look like, I don't know.
So
That's
Blake,
up
are
to
you
those that
suggesting
make it.
pulling apart the motion? Do we have to vote on the motion up or down, or do we pull apart that part?
I would be willing to pull apart that part. And whether we want to say that we offer the online education or online instruction to be determined based upon feasibility, but we work to make it feasible. We work hard to make it feasible. I'm not asking teachers to do the impossible, but I also want everybody to be willing to compromise in what they want so that everybody can get what they need. And so that's, at the end of the day, I guess the big thing is we have to focus on education and what we need to educate.
To give the audience a little bit of background, we have all had individual conversations with the admin. So 2 months ago, when we gave the directive that the online remote would retain the Alexander teachers, the administration gave that their full attention. It was something that was actively planned for. 2 of us had a meeting Monday, and a couple of us had a meeting yesterday, and not Lindy, this was the building administration team, so far has told us they do not have a viable plan to continue to educate our kids remotely and in person. That's not to say that we're giving up, but getting the feedback from what they are telling us at the building level. Right now, all of the feedback has been, and I'm going to say it was unanimous. They said in that meeting, it's not viable currently. With that being said, that's why the motion was presented the way it was. This was not Mrs. Douglas's personal recommendation. Yes, she has to present it to the board, but she's listening to the feedback from her respective building admin team. And to the admin team in the back, if I'm speaking out of turn here of what was discussed Monday in person, please jump up and correct me. But I walked away saying that you were unified in telling the 2 of us that were in that meeting, doing both right now, you do not have a viable way forward. Is that a fair statement? I see head nods. If not, jump up and say no now. I want the public to understand, we are not going back on our word. This administration team is doing the best that it can to preserve your Alexander teachers. However, you are also hearing the workload right now. They do not have a viable option forward. We as a board, at least this is my personal view, we as a board and the administration are charged with educating all of our children. And I firmly believe we are not educating all of our students in the district because of various things like we heard tonight, internet, you name it. We are not reaching all of our students. So if that shows my cards, so be it. I feel we have to bring students into this building so that we can educate the majority of our students. It's not the perfect solution for everyone. There's something that someone's going to be mad about, whatever we choose to go 4 days, 2 days, 5 days, no days. But I still say that I have to vote my conscience on what's best for every kid in the district. And when the administration, this is a quote from one of the administrators, what we're doing now remotely is not effective. That's not Jay's saying. That's coming from your building level administrator. That sends off alarm bells with me if they're telling me that remote, of what we're doing right now, is not effective. So something has to change. I'm putting my trust in them. I'm not an educator. I'm not an administrator. They know what's best for the building level. I have to listen to what they're telling me. And they're telling me that remote, the way we're doing it, is not effective. That's my piece.
Do you need a motion?
I don't want to I mean, yeah, Lucy, if you want to.
Yeah, I guess my cards. One of the things that I've been doing in the past few weeks is calling friends who work in other schools. Trimble is doing this. Well, Trimble is doing 2-3. I understand the workload that can happen when you have to teach in 2 different ways, but they're doing it. It's not perfect. Nothing is. And I know at Alexander, there's a lot of teachers have a lot of high expectations, and a lot of parents have a lot of high expectations for the type of learning and teaching that they get. But this is not a standard year. I can't believe I'm talking about lowering our expectations and getting by. But what we had last year and the years before is going to be very hard this year. Other schools are doing the 2-3 option. I agree that in-person education is much better than on the computer. My church hasn't met in person since middle of March, and I don't do the online services because I just don't do it. We're finally having something on Sunday outside, 5,000 feet away from each other. No communion, no nothing. The online is very difficult. I do think we need to go to in-person. We're sitting here because there's a pandemic going on. I approach this from a 51% public health perspective, 49% education. We know that there are 3 things that we can do to prevent the spread of this virus. Masking up, and people are doing that awesomely. Washing hands and surfaces, and that's happening awesomely. 6 feet of social distance. No one has shown me a map of the classrooms estimating what 70% of the kids look like in those classes. I know parents talk about choices, but we are sitting here probably 8 feet apart. I physically don't even want to go and sit in between Blake and Jay. And we're going to have kids possibly doing that if they go back 4 or 5 days a week. Most everyone is likely to be fine, but some people won't. The other folks I spoke with when I was out thinking about things are older community members who are leaders in our community. Several of these people I didn't know before I ran for the board, and they're across the whole spectrum. And they see this as a public safety issue. We have a lot of older people in our community that we have to be careful about. If COVID gets out in the school when all the kids are in the building, there's going to be more people sick than if COVID got out, more than twice as many people sick than if COVID got out and we're half the people in the building. I do believe we need the kids back in the school for a whole variety of reasons. I'm very impressed that people talk about education as not only book learning, but it's the whole person. It's just really, hey, I'll follow the fear. It keeps us alive. To me, it's scary to be in the building right now if we have all the kids in 4 or 5 days. And it's also like going from 0 to 100 instead of 0 to 50. And honestly, I think the buck does stop with the board. It's our job to make sure that other folks are doing their job and that they're evaluating. I've seen no evaluation of IT and the problems with IT. I've seen no evaluation. I could not tell you how many students have not been contacted whatsoever by students I've asked on Friday. I tend to ask a lot of questions. I kept off for the first 2 to 3 weeks, letting them figure it out because I would just be adding to the craziness. But I'm on the board and I didn't get that. The buck does stop with the board. We need to know more, and we need to ask you what's working and what's not, get the details out, and figure it out. So, yeah.
There's one thing that Lucy just brought up. Do we have a feeling for what 70% of the students looks like in a room? What sort of spacing are we able to? We always said we wanted 6 feet to follow the recommendations with masks. What does that actually equate to? Do we have a feeling for that?
I don't know, 70% of the students.
70% of the students.
1,500 divided times 0.7.
What's our average class size? Let me ask you that.
Yeah,
Average class size is around 22 at the elementary, 22 to 25.
Exactly.
So 70% is 15 and a half per room.
15 and a half per room. I know when Brian McCollum measured the rooms, you were at about 15 kids with the 6-foot social distancing. Correct me if I'm wrong, Melissa, but I think that's where we were at, around 14, 15 kids for the 6-foot social distancing.
I would need to see a map. I'm serious. Show me a map.
Here she comes.
So. You can move on to whatever this next, I can look at this while you're talking about something else. Don't waste time.
Lucy, this was actually information that I presented to the staff yesterday or the day before. Again, days are running together. And it is literally looking at the number of students per grade level using the final forms data that has been slowly updated. And I went from what is in the forms of what people had chosen as far as option 2 or option 1. And then we had a certain number of forms at every grade level that was not completed. And I gave what the average class size would be on the low end at that grade level and what the average class size would be on the high end if we were doing both remote and then bringing kids into the school. When I looked at this, on the lowest end, we're looking at 13 kids in a classroom. On the highest end, we're looking at 18. In our large classrooms, in the full-size classrooms, the majority of them, as Lindy stated, you can have 15 kids in those rooms and provide 6-foot social distancing. Some of the classrooms, like the kindergarten classrooms, are much larger than that. But that's also, I want you to understand, I want everybody to understand, that means everything else is out of that room except for desks. And we have taken into account the fact that we know children do not, it's not good to sit at a desk all day long. So we've talked about having a space of 6 feet in which people, the teachers, are able to have desks, yoga mats, flexible seating, whatever that child needs in that space to be able to work throughout the day comfortably. Our smaller half rooms, which if you've been in the building, you will see that several of our rooms are half rooms. Some of them are in a very odd triangular shape that aesthetically pleasing is wonderful, but not functional. So in that case, you're looking at
at most 5 to 6 students in those rooms for social distancing. Many of those rooms are currently used as special education rooms in pull-out settings or intervention rooms. And we do have people currently sitting with caseloads of up to 14 to 16 students. But again, I didn't go through and break down what special education students were coming to the building. I also, because this was the biggest concern of our staff, was the social distancing piece. Because it seems like the most of the other things we had figured out pretty well. The other thing was social distancing in the cafeteria or at lunchtime. I went through again, used all of the numbers from the final forms, figured out in the cafeteria how many tables we would be able to use to have students at the table safely. The current plan is to have plexiglass on the cafeteria tables with 12 actual sections that kids could sit at, but us using only every other one. So basically 6 kids to a huge, long table like that. Again, we could fit 12 tables in the cafeteria, and in every single case, we can make that work for every grade level except for one, and that's our huge 5th grade that has 140 students. I had talked with the janitors the other day, and they said they could actually put up to 14 tables on the floor and keep it social distance, but we could also use the stage. So again, this is unfortunately with data, the whole problem has been all along is until we know exactly the numbers of students coming in the doors and the number of staff that will be here, we cannot shore up the last pieces of our plan that are the most, dire, because if we need social distancing, we have to have those numbers.
And what was the percent remote on final forms at the elementary? Was that 40%?
Well, this was based on, I didn't do it even by percentages. I just did it based on what Mark provides us each week, which is just an update of what people have put in as option 1 or option 2, because you can go in and change it at any point. So I did it based on numbers only. So for like at kindergarten, there are 107 students in that grade. 35 of them were choosing remote. 53 were coming in the school building, with 14 of those forms not completed. So what I did is I took the 53 and divided it by the 4 teachers that would be the in-school classroom teachers. And on the low end, we'd be at 13.25 kids per room, which means 13 or 14, because we cannot divide a child into a 4th.
Yeah.
And then I took the additional 14 that had not been filled out and just assumed that they would all be in the building.
Yeah.
And went on the high end of that, and that would be 17 kids. So again, it's not perfect because we do not have the numbers, but
you mapped it out.
we have
Okay.
tried very hard to map it out. And the other thing I want to state to even the public is this has taken hours upon hours upon hours of going through extremely detailed documents from the CDC, ODE, the health departments. When we got the initial packets from ODE at the beginning of the summer, it was literally a 20-plus page document of things to consider to return to school under this pandemic. And it had no answers. It was all questions that you must consider. There were no answers for 20-plus pages. So even in talking to my staff yesterday, they can't know everything that we have done because we can't sit in on every single meeting because they're trying to teach. We haven't been able to bring kids into the school yet because we're still trying to get the internet out to kids, computers out to kids, figure out how to teach. This week is the first week we're finally saying, we have a plan. As of today, we have a plan. We're working on it. But again, it's just our normal processes that we have always done. Even the smallest minute things, such as dismissing the kids at the end of the day, the way we used to. We simply staggered kindergarten, leaving 2 minutes before first grade, and et cetera. You can't even do that. You have to go, oh, any child with the last name with the letter A through B may leave. It's going to take us 45 minutes to get into the school building, an additional 30 minutes to get out of the school building, and then an additional stretch of time in the middle of the day to do lunches for every single grade level individually, so that we don't have students in any type of situation where social distancing is not feasible. So those are the things I want people to understand, that it's hours of work. And that is why the sooner we have information, the better of a plan we have in place and the safer that we can be coming back. There is always going to be a risk. If you go in public, there is a risk. But again, I've talked to the board and said currently there are over 200 households in our district currently that have no internet access. And even with Mark, I mean, literally doing everything, and every possible area provider doing everything for us, we don't have it. Trimble has channel 15 from Nelsonville. They have Nelsonville cable. They're paying Nelsonville cable bills. But they have that access. We have nothing like that here. So there are areas in our district that you can't get to. So those are, I have 100% flip-flopped from the beginning of this, and I've had to put it in my head. I know I've stated it to all of you, that we are in a pandemic, and if I'm looking from this as an educational standpoint, we are essential workers. We have been deemed essential workers. So our job is to provide a service, which is education. If we can't get to the kids remotely, then we have to figure something else out. I don't know that plan A is the best option, but we can't figure out the other ones. If somebody else can, fabulous. The idea of videoing from the classroom, we've thought of that. There are legal issues behind that other school districts are doing it, to be honest. They are. But other school districts are also going back to school with no temperature checks or no masks or doing what they can, but that's it. We're trying to provide the safest environment for the students. And to do that, it takes a lot of time and work. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Guffey. And
Thank you.
Melissa.
And that was the consensus of the administrative team when we talked about remote learning. Is it working? What are we missing? Are we meeting state mandates? Are we meeting all the requirements? And they said, Lindy, learning is not working for our district. We need something different. So that's why we're looking at the other plans.
Lindy, what's the difference between the 4 and 5 days, and what does 4 days only give us?
4 days a week, you could run it Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and have Wednesday as a deep cleaning day, sanitizing, and getting the kids apart. Or you could run it Tuesday through Friday and take a 3-day weekend, which you also still do a deep clean in the building. But the 3-day weekend gives you time for the students to be away from each other, more of a health break. Looking at a 3-day weekend, you're being a little more cautious with student health and the welfare of the staff and students both. Usually in 3-4 days, if you're going to have signs of COVID, they may come on, and that would give parents time for the children to be home. If they're going to start having symptoms, we could possibly see them by the 3rd day, if not usually the 4th, 5th, or 6th day. So it's a little bit of a safer route. The 5th day, all staff would report and work in their rooms and have remote learning with students 1 day a week. That could be paper packet, that could be online programs, that could be their Google Classroom, one of those items. But the 4 days butts and seats would be a regular school day as much as possible for students.
Do you mind if I jump in? So what was your rationale for A versus B? I know my rationale, but I just asking.
5 days, a lot of the administration said, we really don't see a difference between 4 and 5, so let's go all. And I was supporting that. I could handle that rationale too.
If it's 4 versus 5, does that extra day give any opportunity to find that compromise we've been talking about a couple times this evening? Does that make it any easier to be able to potentially work out that desire to have the Alexander students have Alexander teachers for all?
I think that 4th day would be 4 days a week. Would it be a compromise? I think that would be a softer opening. Let's roll with 4 days. If we can be successful there and make things work, we could move to the 5th day. I agree. We live, with my conversations with the health department, the COVID color levels really don't represent Athens County, because your hot spot, the epicenter, is the university students. I like the thoughts of being a little more cautious and going 4 days a week and see how that works before we hit the 5 days.
So if I heard you correctly, if we did 4 versus 5, totally a thought process right now, I'm not suggesting anything, but it seems that might offer an opportunity to iron out that issue that we've heard about this evening. It might give you a little bit of help. Let me put it that way. I'm not going to say it's the magic elixir, but it might give you a little help.
With the online-only students?
Yeah.
This is to keep the Alexander students for the remote learners is the question. Does that 1 day that we don't have students in the building, is that going to help the administration come up with a plan that's viable to service those students?
Here comes Mr. Maskeel. I think looking at
Yes. Yeah, that's correct. Sorry. I'm
keeping
glad I have my interpreter.
Yes, Rich.
I'm 9 feet tall, so microphones are hard for me. I don't think that 4th day option or 4-day option changes the Alexander for everybody situation yet, because there's not enough time in that 1 day to be able to make up that week worth of work. So it doesn't problem solve that part yet.
and that's what I tried to hit with the magic elixir. I don't see it as a magic elixir. I'm asking, does it help?
I don't think so, because I think a lot of that day is going to be, if we're doing a remote learning day, the teachers are going to be working on the remote stuff largely for a lot of those kids who are home. So does it help us have some meeting time perhaps? But I think it is, treating something that is so large with such a small amount of medicine that it's virtually ineffective.
Well, I was talking with someone who works at Trimble and at the junior high level, and their Wednesday, I mean, this person's pretty tight with her time. She's an experienced teacher and she knows when to stop when she's done. But Wednesday is their remote day. They also renegotiated for smaller periods of the day, and the one new period is for them to check in with their remote students. So if we value trying to get Alexander teachers, whatever way we can, to be able to teach in some way or another the kids who are at home, that would seem to be logical to try and start with that as part of it.
I just think that job of those kids being at home 5 days a week and saying you're going to have one day that you can solve all those problems, when right now
That's not what they...
We have kids that are home 5 days a week with 5 days of work, and most of these teachers are spending 9, 10, 12, 13-hour days, 5 days a week, and not able to do it. So I don't know how they would be able to still cover, even though it's a smaller amount at home. I don't see how they could have the time and the hours to do that. I know I talked to Nelsonville, and they're doing a hybrid as well.
Yeah.
One of the things I talked to them, I said, so how is that working? What are you doing? They're live streaming everything. They are able to do that. They have that built-in internet capacity that we don't have. So that is flooding some options for them that we have. And when I told them our situation, the administrator that I was speaking with said, oh yeah, if we were in your situation, that would never work. So I think those are some of those concerns, that the districts all have different resources, and that's a big part of the problem.
That's for sure.
One more.
I actually have two questions now.
Okay.
Yeah. So, hey, Aaron, are you awake? The funding table that you sent out to us, I need help real fast with one word, encumbered. Is that the same as allocated? That's what we've talked about using it for?
Well, that's not how I use allocated. If you look where I said allocated, that means that money is the amount of money that's allocated.
Okay.
That is the money that is guaranteed to us. That money was allocated by the state or federal government for Alexander schools.
But
when I say encumbered, that means it's planned, or
It's
a
planned.
purchase order is
Okay.
already open and an invoice just hasn't been paid. That's what that means.
Thank you. I wasn't certain about that, but I thought that's what it was. Last thing I'd like to it's been mentioned a moment ago by Lucy and earlier by, I think it was Mindy that mentioned it. ODE has mentioned many a time that a fundamental piece of your reopen plan is also your reclose plan. We've batted around a couple ideas of matching up to colors, and we realize that colors really isn't the best thing. But it's certainly something that gets everybody's attention fast, especially when we got the designation with the red with a star, and we all thought we were going to be the purple unicorn the next week. What is our overall thought process on the criteria for closing? We closed last year when we had flu. We've seen already that we can lose an entire grade level of staff, and presumably roll that forward, you're going to lose an entire classroom of kids too if we have quarantine. What's your feeling on the criteria of where it is as a district? We say pause, how long does that have to go for, and what do we do during that period?
The county superintendents and the superintendents around the surrounding counties of Athens County, we talk a lot. And the conversations with the Athens County Health Department on the color code system and when should we start closing, we requested from the health department to start getting COVID numbers by zip code so we could actually watch our district. the zip codes that fall in our district. Right now, we've had conversations about what's Athens County going to look like if they go red. Districts are talking that they will stay open because it's concentrated in one area. And my thoughts are, if we open, we stay open. If we start to see the numbers go up in our district area, then I think that's when we start making a phone call to the health department, lean on their expertise, and then touch base with the board on what we should do. Very similar to flu season last year when the numbers were really going high. We're hitting triple what we normally are out during flu season. When we hit about 250 kids out a day, I made a call to Jay and said, I think we need to close for a couple days. We've got to get this flu back under control until we start seeing those numbers go backwards. So, you know, there might be a time where I call and say, based on the information from the health department, the amount of COVID cases, the recommendation is we close down for the remainder of the week and go remote. And I would lean on the health department to determine, you know, how long is that closure? Is it the remainder of the week? Is it 10 days? And then we could have that discussion.
And if we lose a group of staff, how does that look for the students?
That's another scenario superintendents have worked through. For instance, if we would have had students in the building and we lost the 1 grade level due to quarantine, all the teachers quarantined, we would have 2 choices. We could say, all the teachers are going home and we'll get substitutes and we'll keep the kids in class and we continue on. Or we could say we're taking a safer route. If the teachers are quarantined and they go home, maybe that whole 6th grade level students go home for that quarantine time. They learn remote and the teachers teach remotely. So those are some scenarios superintendents are working through. It would also be dependent on how many substitutes you can get. And right now they're saying with teaching staff, be very creative. If you need subs, get subs. If you have to reassign teaching staff to cover all the rooms, then you reassign. The teachers union is willing to work with the administration on that. We've had some very good dialogue and conversations. So I think each case, Josh, it's almost like an individual basis. You have to look at what resources do you have to pull from and how do we keep normalcy in the district.
And that was something that we were missing 2 months ago that we didn't have access to. So if I'm inferring correctly from what you're saying, at this point, we feel we have adequate bench strength as far as bringing in substitutes and being able to reassign folks, that if we have that sort of mass exodus where we have an entire grade level or 10 different associated teachers gone, we're going to be able to pull in enough subs and we're going to be able to pull in enough reassignments that we can cover it now. Am I catching your drift correctly?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Rich, I'm sorry, you just had to sit down, I'm sorry. I mean, if you have something to say on this, it just, as that conversation was going in the Plan B, like, maybe I'm reading it wrong, but it kind of sounded like you think Plan B is a safer route, still services, and gives a little bit more flexibility to our teachers. Because one of the things that I see, I'm not going to lie, I really hadn't thought about Plan B all that much. But some of the things that, through that conversation, if we have students quarantined, we have 10 days, if I'm not mistaken, from the health department, we have 10 days where they're out of school where we can't send them to EduSeer, and we got to service them. Creating a compromise where we are servicing the online students in some fashion that's not creating more work or significant more work for teachers would allow those students to go quarantined and come back seamlessly because the content's already being delivered. In addition to that, and I'm thinking on the fly here, so if I start, it also helps teachers keep up to date and continue improving their online offering in the case you're talking about. If they were to be quarantined, the teacher were to be, the class would be quarantined, it still keeps them up to date. I don't know if anybody learned a language and then not used it for a couple weeks, you start to lose it. I'm just thinking about computer programming. I could program all day, and then all of a sudden, I don't use it for a couple days. I got to remember what function does what. And so there's some added bonuses to that Plan B that conversation sparked in my head that I just wanted to throw out there. And the reason I looked at Rich, because you had that comment, does that mean anything to anybody else? Does that?
I see what you're saying. If you go 4 days a week, your teachers are still teaching remotely 1 day a week. They're keeping their Google Classroom alive. They're using those strategies that they have learned. So
And
if
the
we,
students there too.
yes, and
Yeah.
then if we would hit a shutdown, a 2-week shutdown, they would resume remote learning, and those skills would continue on.
Right, exactly. So you're not losing that, and we're finding solutions to it as we go. And that is just literally off the top of my head. So I apologize if none of it makes sense. It just, some things that spark, so. Thanks for hearing me, sorry.
Jay, we've done half, back to the mapping and the 6 foot of distancing. What about the junior high and high school? Mr. Raines or Brian?
Your question, Lucy, was about the mapping,
The 6
social
foot-
distancing?
What I'm worried about is the 6 foot of social distancing at the junior high and high school. To what extent can that happen? And I know high schoolers listen more than elementary.
Well, sometimes. I've worked with Brian on the dummy end of the tape measure in a few rooms. I think that the middle school area kind of has a diverse, you have a new section in 6th and 7th grade that about all the full-time classrooms are about 900 square feet. With leaving things that teachers had in those rooms, I knew the elementary had taken some things out, we were at the 15 or 16 number. And to be honest, even with that number, I think, for me, I just got to go backwards here a little bit. That was my question for these schools that were in our area. How are they doing that? And most of these people that have endured this long meeting tonight and are still here, I would tell you that the two words that I continue to see in their plans, and to be honest, to people that I care about that are in this community, it will be where feasible. To say that we can keep every kid and teacher 6 feet, I can tell you that there'll be 100% effort. I think there is an assumption of risk with that to say, to get 16 people into that room, into those seats, that there'll be a higher chance than likely that they may cross paths within that 6 feet. And I think that we have to acknowledge that, know that we're doing our best, and assure you that we will. But to know that there is a risk that at times, whether it be walking in the hallway or to the bus, or hopefully in the classroom, that we can seat them at 6 feet apart.
Yeah, I'm not worried about, it's 15, it's when they're seated in the cafeteria or in classroom. I don't, the walking is
Yeah, and I
fine.
think some of the things that have to go on once we know the numbers.
Okay.
We have 2 guidance counselors that work in the 6 through 12 complex, and while you're calling around, I would encourage you to ask how many districts are organized in a 6 through 12 fashion with an administrative staff to do both of those. So
Yeah.
let me know when you find one. But with that, I believe that it is possible. We are going to have to balance classes a little differently than what our numbers are now. It might mean that one teacher might have 14 and another might have 19. We've got to look at each one of those and balance those on an individual basis. I think that's possible. Again, shooting at a moving target, but I think that it is possible. In the 9 through 12 area, that is also new and old as well. But I would say that the average number we felt comfortable with typically was 16 in a traditional classroom. We do have some special needs classrooms or co-taught class or pull-out type of classrooms, excuse me, that are smaller. And we do have a couple empty classrooms that we're looking at how we might be able to spread out a little differently.
We've also
I guess-
talked at the high school level, excuse me, Lee, that Lee has switched the whole schedule to block scheduling, which allows less traffic in the hallways. Students would change classes about every 90 minutes instead of every 40 minutes. We've also talked about, we've ordered picnic tables. Maybe some of the kids can eat outside. We may turn one gym arrange their lunch schedules so they're smaller lunch periods than the normal that we used to have.
We're going to do
last year.
like what teenagers like. We're going to have to eat most of the day.
Or like prison.
So,
Eat real fast.
but those are challenges. Lunches are challenges. We've organized our day in the morning to give us more time. Our dismissal, I think we can do a little faster than the elementary can do because of our age and ability to follow instructions. The blended, the 2-day part that was just mentioned here, and I want to say, we did block that on the premise that it was the safest way to if you were going to get them for 90 minutes, you could get them once a day. I did speak to several teachers this week, and I tried to go around to rooms, and it's already Wednesday, and I haven't been to as many as I should have by Wednesday. But I also got some feeling that from staff that there was certainly in the 2-day piece, which I'm not a proponent for either, but that if we could at least see the kids 2 different days, that seemed to be a comment that teachers did make to me, rather than just the block. Personally, they understand that better than me, and I believe in that, but that blocked piece of seeing them 1 day a week wasn't something that was etched in stone. That was something that we tried to do on a safety measure of less movement throughout the day. But we certainly are open to, and what our teachers would recommend, we're trying to listen to that. So I just wanted to mention that, Ms. Douglas, that is a flexible piece in terms of those kids are here, they've made the decision to be here. The transition from class to class was really the input of the premise of why we chose to go that route, not that we thought it was a better educational period. Does that answer any?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Lee. All right, Blake?
I was just going to ask if people are ready for a motion.
I'm ready. I mean, after listening to the public and the admin, and Is everyone ready to vote? Okay, so the question, I guess, is more procedural at this point. Aaron, I'm going to refer to you. Do we vote yes or no on the recommendation as presented in the agenda? And then go from there, correct?
Can
Okay,
I
thank you.
ask if, Lindy, based on this conversations, is Lindy able to augment that recommendation based on this conversation at this point? Or do we have to go with what's in the agenda and then move? Well, I'm asking if could she, and I would ask, then follow that up with, would you want to amend that based on the conversation that is going on? Would you want to amend that recommendation?
Yes, I can.
Do you want to?
Ask your building team what they...
Building principals, do you want 4 or do you want 5?
Mark, you really should turn the camera around to see this one.
And the only reason that I pointed to them is because in our meeting Monday, and I'm not going to single you out, but one of them said, there's not much difference between 4 and 5. So they were backing up the recommendation for 5. If we want to change it to 4, I'd like to get their blessing.
As the building principals, we're going to say, make this Christmas morning and just surprise us. There is a negligible difference between 4 and 5. We'll roll with whichever you want.
I tell you what, I feel better with 4, so let's go 4.
I don't,
You don't?
no.
Okay, Fred.
I've listened all week. I'm old-fashioned. I call and ask questions before the board meeting. I voted to open the schools we vote every month. We voted 2 months ago to come back. We voted last month not to come back, and now I don't know what we're voting. What about the kids that don't have internet service, that need to be in school that 5th day? What does the 4th day give us? Now, all I heard was the administration supported 5 days. All I ask is people to be consistent, please. Mm-hmm. But if 22 schools, and was I quoted, or am I quoting you right, 22 schools in southeastern Ohio are at 5 days, it doesn't make any sense to go to 4 to me. I'll vote for it if we don't get 5. For God's sakes, we got to get them back in school.
Okay, all right, so at this point, since there's no motion yet, I would ask Lindy to specify what her motion will be, and then we'll request a motion for that, or her recommendation, sorry.
Oh, Okay, so item A, it is recommended that the board approve the motion for a school-based learning model, home-based learning model during the second 9 weeks of 2020-21 school year to return on Plan A 5 days a week.
All right, so that is the motion, or I'm sorry, the recommendation. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Do we have a second? I will second it, so we can vote on it.
You beat me to it.
All right, sorry, Josh,
Nope,
second.
nope, you got it.
Mr. Regan.
Oh, man. Does this include, Lindy, can you clarify, does this include working towards, look into, okay. We'll explore different ideas to keep Alexander teachers, because I think that really, I mean, we still have that unknown idea of how do you service the quarantines. I think everybody has said that that's going to happen in one way, shape, or form. And so that if we're going to service those students online, because they have to be, I think we need to look into that solves two problems. So as long as that's part of this, whatever you want to say, motion, I'm a yes.
So I just want to be clear. Are we amending the motion to change the language, or are we just? Okay.
No, because the motion to include EduSeries in there either.
Right.
So I'm
Okay.
I'm good.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
So for the sake of going through it, I have to go through the logic. I said this same statement a few weeks ago when we were talking about extracurriculars. The group in the back and the few teachers that are still here, you need to be commended for what you've done in the last 2 months. Extracurriculars had a 2-month lead on you, and they were at a position a few weeks ago where they were ready to take flight. They'd been walking the walk and living the life, and you guys have done an amazing amount of hill moving to get to the point of where you are now. 2 months ago, we had to meet our safety, our health, our education requirements. We could meet none of them. In that meeting, every single one of them was knocked down by the subject matter experts that are here even tonight. What's changed? The education side, we think we can hit it. We think we can make it. Staffing side, that was the next big problem. We now have coverage for it. The building plans really didn't exist very well at all 2 months ago. They do now. They're detailed. They're taking into account so much. It's insane the amount of work you've had to put in. And I know there's still a lot of work to go, but it's within reach. The clinic, I know that we are short-staffed, but I know there's an active plan to get somebody there. That's a huge part we have to deal with, and we haven't even talked about it tonight. We didn't even have any discussions about the criteria for closing. We wouldn't even acknowledge it pretty much at that point a couple months ago, that it was a reality that we had to be prepared for, and we're prepared for it, or at least we have thoughts. What the first 9 weeks of remote has done is bought us a lot of time, which has been used very, very well by the staff, by the teachers, by the administration. So again, I want to commend you just like I did a couple weeks ago with the extracurricular group. Last question, Lindy. I think I heard you say this to Blake, but I couldn't hear for sure. You basically have a a placeholder in here with EduSeer for $200,000. We also have wellness money. I want your word. You are going to do your damnedest to figure out a way to get our teachers, or some form of our teachers, not as caseworkers, but as actual content providers for those that need to stay home so they don't get left behind. Do I have that?
There's a lot of moving parts to that. We will work on it and see what we can do. It's not a closed door,
Yep.
but there's a lot of conversations with the teachers' union. There's legal issues.
I realize there is a whole recipe book you're going to have to go through. I'm not asking for the solution. I'm asking, will you work your damnedest to figure out a way to make this happen as best as possible? You've got a pretty big blank check in front of you.
We will look at that definitely. Mr. Raines and Mr. Ford are traveling to Jackson tomorrow. We are going to be looking at their programs. They're open 5 days a week and very successful. So that door's not closed. We will work on it.
3 letters. That's all I want to hear.
3 letters? Yes, we will.
Thank you. That's all I wanted.
But I'd be remiss to say, it's for the public listening and those children under, it's not a guarantee.
That's correct. It's not a guarantee.
It's something that we are stressing to the admin to do your best to find a solution, if one is available.
Well, I think at the same time, you have to say the same thing with Plan A. I know I just voted for it. There's a lot that's happening over the next month. We just had an Albany Fair. Everybody thinks that was going to do something. We're going to find out. We also have OU coming back Phase 2. There's a lot that can happen. But with the reservation that Plan A can change. But the same thing goes with what we're trying to work towards with the online is the same thing that goes in person. There's a lot that can happen. Our community has to commit to this, including getting used to talking with one of these things on. Because as we saw tonight, we got to work on it. I mean, I was proud I got my 3.5-year-old, or well, almost 4-year-old to wear his mask for 30 seconds today. I got it for 30 seconds, but we got to work towards this. There's so much that has to happen. In our school and in our community, we got to do this. We got to commit.
No, I forget what I was even talking about. I guess I have to start all over. I got the 3 letters I wanted. That was the last piece. It's the same logic I've applied each time we've done it. It doesn't matter what my personal feelings are about what we're doing. Frankly, and I'm sorry this is going to make everybody angry, it doesn't matter what everybody said here tonight. The heartstrings don't matter. It's, can we meet our requirements? The answer is, we're close enough. We're going to make it. So, Aaron, I'm in. Yes.
Mr. Davis.
I forgot what the vote was now.
Yes.
Mrs. Edis.
I would go for 4, but not 5. I think we need to hold on to that day for the at-home folks, and it's just, it feels like it's too fast, too soon, so no.
Okay, quickly, thank you, first of all, to the community for turning out in great numbers this evening. We've also heard from everyone, from email, text messages, persons. I mean, we all live in this community, and we're pretty easy to get a hold of. So to say that we have spent a lot of time listening to the community is an understatement. I'd also like to thank each and every board member here. We have had a lot of discussions. We've had a lot of discussion with the admin. I can't stress enough, even though you probably don't see it from the public level, the amount of effort that's going into doing what's best for the students of Alexander. For those of you who will disagree with our decision tonight, just know that your voices, everyone's voices was heard. It's just we had to make a decision one way or the other. And I can speak for all of us here. We've read the emails, we've listened to the text messages, the calls. Your voice was heard, whether you fell on the opposing side of our vote tonight or the favorable side. We definitely heard your voices. We heard the admin, and I can't praise the admin team enough. And because they, to me, I heard from them specifically that this was a team effort, and that's what helped really sway my opinion on this vote. It was a team. It wasn't an individual. It was a team. So that's my soapbox speech. Thank you all for staying. We are now going to commence with the boring part of our meeting and do our regular business. But thank you all. School starts
October 19th. Thank you so much.
Okay, Aaron, are you ready, or are we good to roll? Okay. Treasurer's recommendations. It's recommended that the Board of Education approve the minutes of the August 19th, 2020 regular meeting.
So move.
Second.
Mr. Regan.
Blake, vote.
Mr. Regan. Mr. Barnes. Mr. Barnes.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
It's recommended that the Board of Education approve the financial report for the month ending August 31st, 2020.
So move.
Second.
Mr. Regan.
Yes.
Mr. Barnes.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
Item C, it's recommended that the Board of Education approve the following transfers, and these are the normal monthly transfers from the school-wide pool.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan.
Yes.
Mr. Barnes.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
It's recommended that the Board of Education approve the following budget and purpose statements for fiscal year 2021.
Move.
Second.
Who seconded?
Fred,
I think
second.
Fred. Okay. Mr. Regan.
Yes.
Mr. Barnes.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
Item E, it's recommended that the Board of Education approve the enclosed appropriation resolution for fiscal year 2021 and certify to the county auditor. So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan.
Yes.
Mr. Barnes.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
Item F, it's recommended the Board of Education approve the job description for the Treasurer's Assistant / EMIS Coordinator position.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan.
Yes.
Mr. Barnes.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
G, it's recommended the Board of Education approve the job description for the Treasurer's, did I just read that? Sorry. No,
No,
I'm
you're
sorry.
good.
Okay.
They're really similar.
It's late. I'm sorry, guys. So item G, it's recommended the Board of Education approve the job description for the Treasurer's Assistant / Accounts Payable Receivable position.
So move.
Second.
You got it. Mr. Regan.
Yes.
Mr. Barnes.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
All right, under superintendent's recommendations, jumping to item B, it's recommended that the Board of Education approve the enclosed substitute aide and teacher list as recommended by the Athens County ESC superintendent.
So move.
Seconded.
Mr. Regan.
Yes.
Mr. Barnes.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
C, it's recommended that the Board of Education approve the enclosed job description for the school nurse position.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan.
Yes.
Mr. Barnes.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Mrs. Edis.
Yes.
It's recommended that the Board of Education grant a one-year unpaid leave of absence to Allison Bond for the 2020-2021 school year.
So moved.
Seconded?
Mr. Regan?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mrs. Udis?
Yes.
It's item E, it's recommended the Board of Education employ the following supplementals for the 2020-2021 school year, pending their meeting all state and local requirements.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mrs. Udis?
Yes.
Item F, it is recommended the Board of Education approve the agreement with Ohio University for Kids on Campus for the 2020-2021 school year, and that's junior high, high school only.
So moved.
Seconded.
Mr. Regan?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mrs. Udis?
Yes.
Item G, it's recommended the Board of Education approve the agreement with the Athens MEGS ESC for estimated excess costs, gifted services, and Bassett House for 2020-2021 school year.
Moved.
Seconded.
Mr. Regan?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes?
Yep.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mrs. Udis?
Yes.
Item H, it's recommended the Board of Education approve the partnership agreement for professional development with the Licking County ESC for the 2020-2021 school year.
So moved.
Seconded.
Mr. Regan?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mrs. Udis?
Yes.
I, it is recommended the Board of Education approve the enclosed memorandum of understanding with ALEA for the 2020-2021 school year regarding the COVID-19 pandemic.
Moved.
Second.
Who seconded? Sorry.
Fred.
Fred. Mr. Regan?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mrs. Udis?
Yes.
J, it's the first reading. It's recommended the Board of Education approve the following policies for inclusion into the policies and procedural manual.
So moved.
It doesn't take a.
That- Just first reading.
It does bring up real quickly, have we heard anything from OSBA about our new manual that we spent way lots of time going through?
Hey, it is done, and the manual is completed. Aaron was going to get some directive from Kyle, and then we will send it to you for you guys to proof it, correct, Aaron?
Yeah, well, we'll hold the first reading on the full manual at the October meeting. So we'll send that out to you guys for review.
The full manual?
Full manual, we
Full
just got it
manual. All of it,
yesterday.
Full manual, you gotta read every page.
The good news is
Why
it's
don't they
about
just give
300
it to us
pages
on a
less than it was
disc?
before.
Okay, I have two additions, two recommendations. So letter K, it's recommended that the Board of Education approve the final version of policy EBEA, which covers the use of face coverings.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mrs. Udis?
Yes.
And item L, it's recommended the Board of Education employ the following supplementals for the 2020-2021 school year, pending their meeting all state and local requirements.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Regan?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mrs. Udis?
Yes.
Okay, that's all for superintendent's recommendations. Business initiated by board members. We need to nominate a delegate and an alternate to the 2020 OSBA annual business meeting, which will be held virtually October 29th, 2020 at 6:30 p.m. I nominate Lucy.
Yeah, and this
Are
is,
you supposed to ask me first?
we included the letter in there explaining the meeting and what, and this is what normally takes place the week of the Capitol Conference, the OSBA Capitol Conference in Columbus, but since they're not holding the Capitol Conference in person, they're doing everything virtual. You are not required to nominate a delegate, but you are, recommended to do that. So this is our opportunity to recommend
Second.
a delegate and an alternate.
I'll accept.
Thank you.
Okay, do you want to nominate an alternate as well?
Oh, yeah, we want to delegate
Jay, I think Jay
Blake
did that
is-
by Lucy. He nominated Lucy, so if she folds, she passes it
I
on
beat
to
you
you.
to it. I said Blake before you said Jay.
I
So Jay, Blake's an alternate.
Second.
So Blake is the alternate.
Got a second?
Is this
And
like
you
the new
you
kids on the
don't.
block? Is that what that is?
that?
This is, I'm pretty sure that's hazing.
This is hazing, because it
Okay,
happened to
I
Josh
just
and
wanted
I
to make
like the
sure
first
that-
Are you
meeting.
guys
All
trying to
right.
beat our previous record of being here?
Jay's already lost that bet.
Okay, so we have Lucy
did.
as the delegate and with Blake as the alternate. And it doesn't require a vote.
Okay,
so.
do we have any board reports?
Yes. It was going to be a proposal. It's now just a report. At the last board meeting, we talked about the importance of getting meat protein for breakfast. Gosh, it would be a great year when this would be the big thing talked about at a board meeting, right? I love how it's, ugh. Anyway, so we talked about the importance of getting meat protein for breakfast. I had a proposal ready for the board to take a look at, and I sent it around. I got a call from Lindy. The cafeteria staff was able to rework some things at no charge. They're pulling out cereal proteins and granola bar proteins and replacing them with meat for 4 out of 5 free breakfasts for the rest of the year at no charge. So it's just a report, not any voting on. And we have John Hutchison to thank for getting this all started with the free breakfasts.
Thank you, Lindy, for doing something right.
Okay, any other reports? Public participation on non-agenda items.
30 seconds max.
Going once, twice.
I don't mind. We voted to go back, Plan A, October 19th. And in that meantime, we are going to do everything within our power to plan a way to make servicing the online students possible with the last resort of EduSare. Do I have that right?
Okay.
That's fair.
So then, on October 19th, our students who opted for online remote learning, what will happen on October 21st to them?
I think that's part of the plan that needs to be put together.
So there is no plan in place yet for
No.
all of
They will
No,
be
the-
at,
The proposal was to be EduServe. We heard from quite a few people who said that's not acceptable. Please try more, and we're trying again. We're trying more. There will be something online where people who cannot make it into the school get online help, and we'll be meeting to figure out how to make that happen.
And so then, students, you all know Maggie's situation, any student who cannot return because, or is at much higher risk of returning. I still haven't heard at this point, what options they have for returning. Now, I mean, I honestly, at this point, I can't even plan, Lindy. None of us can plan. And I will say this, that tonight, and you know, you all mean the world to me, but tonight, I'm standing here again wondering why. You know, and I think a big part of the answer is this late start. I think leadership is very difficult, very, very difficult. And any of us who have been in a position that requires leadership, I've been in one for now 15 years in administration and management, 25 years altogether. It doesn't come with a roadmap. It absolutely does not come with a roadmap. But it does come with an obligation to go above and beyond, use your creativity, and whatever you lack, to call on the people around you, including people in your community. And one of the things that bothers me the most to this day is that though I can email all of you, and I do, and text you and communicate with you, and I hugely appreciate that. But from this school district, there is Zippo communication about, I still don't know, and there are so many people in this community who still don't know or have an understanding, a true understanding of why this is so difficult. And I'm not dismissing the difficulties. You know, my entire family is involved in education, as you all know. But I think this falls back to leadership. And there is a large percentage of the school district who has the same concern, this lack of communication, this lack of pulling people in for ideas and for insight, for creating focus groups, for getting that information out early, especially in this situation. Of all situations, this absolutely is the one that calls for excellent leadership. So that this community did not just go through what it has gone through, this divisiveness, this everything that Blake talked about. It is so disappointing. And it truly was avoidable, absolutely avoidable. And I'm sorry that I sound like this tonight because, you know, the problem is, again, I feel like we have now traded, which nobody wanted, but I feel like we have potentially traded all of these students who can't be adequately served, all of our students who don't have internet access. We said, yes, we all acknowledge they've got to come back. All of the kids who have internet access and just need to come back, all of them, all of the teachers who have too much on their plates, but to just simply say, well, we're going to bring the majority back. I know you've heard this over and over tonight, but then potentially really say, well, we're going to say we're going to do our damnedest after we already said that we were going to do it, and now we might just dump you off on EduServe. Students who will struggle with that, students who are excellent students, students who cannot return because of numerous health conditions, just, well, we got to get the majority back in here. And I hear Josh twisting your arm and you hesitating to say, yes, Lindy. But honestly, I pull up the board policies and I look at your job description in there, and it is to represent all students. This EduServe option makes 0 sense to any of us who may be forced into it. 0. I understand from an administrative sense, I guess, I mean, from the difficulty of, educating students remotely and in person. But this makes 0 sense to these families. And there are a significant number of families who've chosen this option. And there are many, many ideas, that I heard tonight that people have tossed around that I haven't heard discussed at all. And none of us have been invited, except at these last-minute board meetings, to interact with the administrative teams. I mean, we all interact with the teachers, we all interact with you individually, but you haven't offered anything like that, Lindy, in the entire time that Maggie has been here. I've never heard any of that, and I really, truly think it is absolutely time that these sorts of things start to happen. The community, we don't need to come in and do your jobs, or we don't have the experience, we're not here, but we need to be invited in for input and to solicit ideas. I've managed a federal office for 15 years. 15 years, and never, ever would it be acceptable to, at this late minute, dump a plan or no plan. It is not okay, and it is truly, here we are again. I can't believe we're going to be back here again in a month, all wondering what we're going to do. I mean, I literally got, despite everything you said, Blake, I got 10 texts. My kids are out. This doesn't have to happen.
Okay.
So, I can't, I've talked to so many people and encouraged so many people to work together. And I came here with, this great hope again that I could walk away with confidence. But no, I'm walking away with a big fat question mark yet again.
I don't mind. I will personally say that the reason why I ran and all that stuff is to advocate for what I thought was right. I will continue to advocate to make sure we've searched every nook and cranny. And that's all. Do we know it's feasible? No, we don't. Nobody's been here before. Nobody's ever been in COVID-19 pandemic in this world with internet. Nobody's been here before. And if it means anything to anybody who's going to watch this later, or if it means anything to you, I can tell you I'm going to continue to advocate for those people. But at the end of the day, our goal is to educate. And we've got to figure out the best way to educate all. Even though we've got to figure out ways, compromise, and I will continue to advocate at every level.
And I believe you, Blake. I absolutely believe you. I don't question that at all. But when we're talking about educating all, what I'm hearing is that all, the definition of all, and the definition of the equal access to the same level of service. Obviously, you all are in charge of our, you are making a decision for our children. As families in this district, we absolutely all of us are held to your final decisions. And I support all of you. I do, but tonight, this definition of all means something different, clearly, to all of us. And that concerns me a great deal, as I know it does a number of people in this school district. Please do not let this happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next board meeting is scheduled for October 21st?
Can I request a different day than Wednesday? With the OU's change, I thought I could do it, but I was online sitting like this from 9 a.m. to 6:15, and then got in my car, rushed here. Is there a way we can do a Tuesday or a Thursday? Like I cramped in the middle at the end of that first session. That I need to get up and move. So a Tuesday or Thursday would be better for me. If we can do it on Thursday, October 29th at 6:30 p.m. No, that was just the virtual meeting that I was trying to get out of.
Could you just do it the next day, the 22nd?
we need to have it before the very last of the month.
What's that?
When does,
This
what
is
what
till
is
the
the
end
date
of the
to start
school
next
year. I'm
second?
not gonna, yeah, so this is to the end of, this is till, through November. Tuesday's no good for, because I can do Tuesdays or Thursdays. My Monday, Wednesday, Friday goes from 9 a.m. to 6:15 p.m.
Wouldn't it behoove us to consider doing it?
I tell you, I'll do it, but I might need a standing desk.
I'll bring you caffeine.
I think that's
No,
what's
I mean,
cramping me.
I'm pretty.
I don't mind. I can do it. If people can do a Thursday, that would be great. If not, I can suck it up just like I did tonight. I have no problem.
Well, yeah, Thursday.
If we're considering moving the date, should we not consider moving it before the first day of the second 9 weeks in case there's any loose ends that need to be tied up?
I would rather, me personally, I would rather reserve that for a special board meeting. Just my opinion.
Just move it up a week.
That's what I was suggesting, move it forward a week.
Is
I
that-
hear you about special meeting though, but I would think that if there's something that big that we probably wouldn't wait that
Can we
long
do it the
to
Thursday
do
before?
that.
I get you. My only reason why avoiding from moving it up is the perception that there's going to be changes. If there's going to be changes, we will hold a special board meeting. That's the only reason that I would change that. But I get it, I get the idea that the fact that we're still working on making education
So
online
22nd?
work. What's that?
22nd?
I can do any Thursday. Do we just want to do it
Good for it.
before or after?
Okay.
That would be the question.
22nd, good. Okay, so after much debate, next board meeting will be October 22nd, 7 o'clock. Location to be determined.
Thank
Have
you.
a motion to adjourn.
Second,
Mr. Regan,
yes.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Davis, and Mrs. Udis.